Buenos días, bienvenidos a todos al Día Mundial de la Ingeniería. Voy a dar la bienvenida para que suban al escenario a Guillermo Cisneros, Antonio Colino, José Vieira y José Trigueros. Muchas gracias.
Good morning, buenos días a todos. Muchas gracias por estar aquí y lo primero que tengo que decir es felicidades. Felicidades porque hoy celebramos nuestro santo. Es la conmemoración de todos los ingenieros del mundo. Es un día importante, marcado con rojo en nuestro calendario y en nuestras vidas. Después de haber hecho esta salutación, tengo que dar las gracias. Agradecimientos sobre todo a la WFIO por haber elegido Madrid para celebrar este día tan importante. Un día trascendente para todos, como he dicho anteriormente, y repito mi agradecimiento total por haber venido aquí. Y sobre todo a los representantes de todas las organizaciones mundiales que están aquí presentes. Por último, hacer un agradecimiento a lo que tenéis ahí a la derecha, que son los sponsors. Sabéis que para el mundo de la ingeniería y para realizar esas actividades es necesario que empresas comprometidas con el desarrollo sostenible vean la oportunidad de comunicar a toda la sociedad a través de reuniones como esta sus avances y su contribución al cambio climático. Repito habitualmente, muchas veces, lo que ya me conocéis, sabéis que es mi soniquete. El mundo avanza según avanza la ingeniería. Hoy día no se entiende ningún campo de actividad, sea médico, sea industrial, sea de cualquier tipo de ordenación del territorio, no se puede entender sin los avances tecnológicos que vienen de las manos de los ingenieros, los investigadores. La investigación primaria, investigaciones en las universidades, necesaria. Otras profesiones necesarias sin ninguna duda para el desarrollo del planeta no podrían desarrollarse en la intensidad que se desarrollan sin tener alrededor los ingenieros. Recientemente hemos comprobado en todo el mundo, y desgraciadamente con la pandemia del COVID, cómo la ingeniería se ha hecho imprescindible para habilitar los hospitales y poder salvar vidas. Esto es un claro ejemplo. Podíamos ir a otros campos de la sociedad en el cual veríamos la importancia de la ingeniería. Es por eso que nos felicitamos por este día, que tenemos la atención de todo el mundo, no para que nos aplaudan, sino para que nos exijan el que continuemos con nuestros avances. No me voy a extender en esta presentación porque lo importante va a ser los speakers que van a hablar después, pero sí que quiero ver la mesa que tenemos y por qué se ha seleccionado esta mesa para inaugurar este mundo. Pues se ha traído a la persona, digamos, que en Madrid ocupa el rectorado de la Universidad de Ingeniería más importante, que es la Politécnica de Madrid. Guillermo Cisneros es el responsable de toda la Politécnica. Aquí no estamos hablando de una ingeniería particular. El Instituto de Ingeniería de España, que les acoge, como ya hemos comentado, tiene todas las disciplinas de ingeniería. El rector, el que forma a nuestros ingenieros, la savia nueva, es Guillermo Cisneros. El mundo académico representado perfectamente. La otra persona que nos acompaña es don Antonio Colino, que es el presidente de la Real Academia de Ingeniería. La Real Academia de Ingeniería nació del Instituto de Ingeniería de España para seleccionar a aquellos ingenieros que por su currículum y sus conocimientos deberían ser casi la élite y la referencia donde nuestros jóvenes se miraran. La Real Academia de Ingeniería, como no puede ser de otra forma, también acoge todas las ramas de la ingeniería. Y ahí sí que se puede decir que son todos los que están. Y están todos los que son. Me tengo que referir, dado que eso se está transmitiendo para todo el mundo, a las 2 jornadas pasadas, al Engineering the Cities of the Future. Ha sido un repaso general a todas las actividades que se pueden desarrollar en el campo de la ingeniería, con unos ponentes de altísima cualificación que nos han hecho reflexionar sobre el estado actual de la ingeniería en los distintos campos y hacia dónde debemos dirigir nuestro futuro. Hemos hablado de energía y nuevos materiales, de la prevención de los desastres, infraestructuras y cambio climático, movilidad y comunicaciones, el papel de la mujer en la ingeniería, un reto que tenemos que abordar en todo el mundo. La mujer está capacitada para ocupar los puestos más importantes en nuestra sociedad y si en un pasado no ha sido suficientemente apoyada, es nuestro deber, nuestra obligación, y aparte eso, siendo egoístas para nuestro propio beneficio, que las mujeres accedan al campo de la ingeniería. Que no tengan miedo a poner la palabra engineer. La verdad es que se están incorporando, pero no con la velocidad que sería deseable. Hemos hablado también una reunión de responsables de ciudades, de distinto tamaño y de distintos continentes, para hablar los problemas de la ciudad. Digamos, la reunión de alcaldes o representantes del máximo nivel de todos los 5 continentes o 4 continentes que teníamos representados en Madrid. De urbanismo, ingeniería, arquitectura y sostenibilidad. Me referiré al final a la palabra sostenibilidad. Del agua en las ciudades del futuro. Digo la palabra sostenibilidad, la verdad es que hoy, el Día Mundial del Medio Ambiente, se junta la palabra sostenibilidad. Pero cada vez el tema de la sostenibilidad está más dentro de todos nosotros. No sé, en muchas partes de nuestra vida pasamos por 4 fases. Primero, hablamos mucho de un tema, pero no hacemos nada. Luego después se habla un poquito, se habla eso y se empieza a hacer algo. Luego ya se hace más y se habla menos. Y por último se hace y no se habla. Bueno, pues ese es nuestro objetivo. Que en los próximos días mundiales de la ingeniería, la palabra sostenible, sustentable, esté verdaderamente dentro de nosotros mismos y no haga falta hacerlo. Aquí antes se hablaba mucho de la evaluación del impacto ambiental en España, el impacto ambiental. Hoy día nadie puede pretender hacer una infraestructura, un planeamiento sin tener la primera idea, el medio ambiente. Nada se entiende sin ello. Yo tuve la suerte en el año 81, 82, de hacer lo que se llamaba la primera guía de impacto ambiental sobre infraestructuras. Eso fue horrible, horrible. ¿Cómo los ingenieros civiles iban a tener en cuenta el medio ambiente? Pero si eso era un atraso, si lo que había que hacer era llevar a la gente. Bueno, han pasado unos cuantos años, casi 40 años, y ya lo tenemos internalizado, ya no se habla. Ya está. Bueno, pues eso es lo que tendríamos que hacer. Por eso era que me referiría al tema de la sostenibilidad. Y ya voy terminando para dar la palabra al resto de la mesa, solamente porque ya no me voy a dirigir de nuevo a ustedes, solamente deseando a los que están a organizar el Congreso de Praga el mayor de los éxitos, seguro que estaremos allí, y que las ponencias vayan en la misma línea que lo que hemos tenido en estos 2 días de Engineering the Cities of the Future. Y nada más, muchísimas gracias por haber venido a Madrid, por estar aquí y por disfrutar todos juntos de nuestro cumpleaños, de nuestra fiesta, de nuestro santo, del Día Mundial de la Ingeniería. Muchas gracias Y ahora voy a ceder la palabra a Guillermo Cisneros como representante académico que nos va a hablar y a felicitarnos también el Día Mundial de la Ingeniería. Adelante, Guillermo, cuando quieras.
Well, thank you very much, dear President. Dear distinguished guests, faculty members, and students, it's a honor and a privilege to welcome you all to the celebration of the World Engineering Day organized by the UNESCO and hosted by the Instituto de la Ingeniería de España. As the rector of the leading university in engineering and architecture in Spain, the Universidad Politécnica de Madrid, I'm proud to be part of this global event that acknowledges the crucial role of engineering in our society's progress and development. The World Engineering Day aims to raise awareness and appreciation of the contributions that engineers make to our daily lives and to promote sustainable development through best engineering practices. The Universidad Politécnica de Madrid has a long-standing history of excellence in engineering and architecture, education, and research as well, with a vision to educate and train the next generation of engineers and architects who will lead our world towards a more sustainable and inclusive future. Our faculty members and students are actively engaged in innovative research projects and collaborations with industry and society to address the most pressing global challenges, such as climate change, urbanization, and digital transformation. Today's event is an excellent opportunity to celebrate and showcase our achievements in engineering and architecture, exchange knowledge and best practices, and inspire future generations of engineers to join us in this exciting and rewarding journey. I'm confident that this event will be an enriching experience for all of us and will reinforce our commitment to engineering excellence and sustainability. The 4th of March, the founding day of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, has been celebrated annually as the World Engineering Day since 2020. Organizations and offices of the United Nations system, and most importantly, governments, civil society, the public and private sectors, schools, universities, and more generally citizens are expected to make the International Day a springboard for awareness-raising actions, and in this edition, without the restrictions imposed by the global pandemic. The 21st century presents the engineering profession with an array of complex and pressing challenges. These challenges arise due to the rapid pace of technological advancements and the increasing demand for more sustainable and efficient solutions in a world of dwindling resources. One of the biggest challenges facing engineering in the 21st century is ensuring sustainable development. Engineers must find solutions that meet the growing needs of society without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. To achieve this, engineers must embrace sustainable design principles and integrate them into every aspect of their work. The need to reduce the environmental impact of engineering projects is essential. We, as engineers, must adopt environmentally friendly practices and find ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in our projects. As the world continues to move towards cleaner and more sustainable sources of energy, engineering must play a critical role in developing new technologies that can meet the increasing demand for energy. This includes developing new energy storage solutions, improving renewable energy technologies, and developing advanced nuclear energy technologies that are safe and sustainable. This new electrification is conditioned additionally by the distribution and scarcity of certain materials that pose a significant challenge to engineering. Many vital materials, such as rare earth metals, are concentrated in a few countries, which can lead to supply chain disruptions and price fluctuations. This challenge calls for engineering solutions that make use of alternative materials that promote circular economy principles. Digital technologies have already transformed many aspects of our lives, and this trend is expected to continue in the coming years. In particular, technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, blockchains, building information modeling, and digital twins are likely to have a significant impact on the way civil engineering and other disciplines are taught and practiced. With a growing emphasis on sustainability and the need to reduce carbon emissions, civil engineers are increasingly turning to digital tools to help them design and build more energy efficient and environmentally friendly green cities. For example, building information modeling and digital twins can be used to simulate the performance of buildings and infrastructure systems and optimize their energy use. We as Universidad Politécnica de Madrid, in close collaboration with other French institutions, are developing new academic programs in these issues. In addition to their impact on green cities, these technologies are also likely to transform the way civil engineering is taught. For example, digital tools such as virtual reality and augmented reality can be used to create immersive learning experiences that allow students to visualize and interact with complex engineering concepts in new ways. Similarly, online platforms and MOOCs can be used to deliver engineering courses to a global audience, making education more accessible and affordable than ever before. However, as with any new technology, there are also risks and challenges that need to be addressed. For example, there are concerns about the potential for artificial intelligence and other digital technologies to displace human workers, and about the impact that these technologies could have on privacy and data security. Additionally, there are concerns about the digital divide and the potential of these technologies to exacerbate existing inequalities. To address these challenges, it will be important for educators, policymakers, and industry leaders to work together to ensure that digital technologies are deployed in a responsible and sustainable way. This may involve developing new curricula that emphasize the skills and knowledge needed to work with these technologies, as well as investing in research and development to ensure that these technologies are safe, secure, and ethical. Today, the engineers in our world need to promote the value of engineering to society. We need to highlight the contributions of engineers to the development of new technologies, our contributions to the improvement of the infrastructure, and the creation of jobs. We, as engineers, must also highlight the impact of engineering on society, such as the creation of clean energy, the reduction of waste, and the improvement of health care. By promoting the value of engineering to society, we can enhance the prestige of the profession and encourage more students to pursue engineering degrees. Engineers of the world, happy World Engineering Day. Thank you very much.
Antonio Colino, por favor.
Good morning. First, I beg your pardon because I didn't know that was supposed to develop my speech in English, but I switch on to English. Then, first, I would like to elaborate a little bit about the title of our meeting because it's Engineering the Cities of the Future. First, we the engineers, we have to design the future of the cities. Because if we don't know what we want, it's going to be difficult to engineer the cities of the future. First, we have to know what kind of future we want for our cities. And with engineers, we have to do this. With engineers, we belong to the culture of our nations. Sometimes, when they talk about culture and customs, they forget us. They think that we are a part. We're manufacturing things, constructing things. But we are the ones that we are creating, changing, and making progress the culture. Our culture now is different than the culture 2,000 years ago. Why? Because technology and engineering has been changing the customs and the way of living. The scientists, they discover how the world is. And we, the engineers, based upon the discoveries of the scientists, we design how the world will be. But we have to work together. The scientists, they cannot make progress if we don't give them new equipment, new tools, new systems. And what the scientists discover, with engineers, we can design new equipment. One person, one citizen, when get us up in the morning, switch on the light, they don't realize that there are thousands of engineers behind the switching the light. This is granted. Everything that is coming maybe from heaven. They don't know that there are thousands of engineers designing, building, operating, maintaining power plants, pipings, transmission lines, distribution lines. They don't know this. But when they go to the bathroom and they open the tap, they get water. And everyone assumes that is natural. And this is not natural. There are thousands of engineers working for this. Water treatment, hydro dams, pumping stations. But if you go to eat, to the kitchen, food. Who is supplying the food? Engineers, ergonomical engineers, forestry engineers. But if you try to cook, go to the freezer, microwave, they are engineers, the ones that they have been designing, manufacturing, and maintaining this equipment. If you go to the street and you take a bus, a car, a plane, railway, boat, any kind of transportation, all these ways of transportation, they are designed by engineers. And if you go with this, 20 years ago, we didn't have this. To send a picture of the family, there are thousands of engineers to do this. Nobody knows that we engineers, we are doing all this. Then we have to empower engineers. We have to force society to recognize this, because there are many other activities. You go to doctors, everyone knows the doctor. Even the architects, everyone knows the building. Nobody knows who is the engineer that has designed a bridge that is 1,000 times more important than a house. Maybe because with engineers, we work together. Usually there is no one engineer designing one thing. There are hundreds of engineers from different activities working together. Maybe that's the reason that we don't have figures like soccer players, because they are one by one. No, doctors, when they make a surgery, it's one person. There are no 1,000 doctors. No, it's one doctor, the one that, and nobody talks to an engineer. When you buy a car, You don't talk to one engineer. There are thousands of engineers manufacturing the car, then you don't know them. I'm going to another field that is very important for us, is health, hospitals. If you want to have a museum of engineering, you have to go to a hospital, not to a factory. If you enter a hospital, all the equipment that they have been designed and operated by engineers. Nobody knows this. In hospitals, all there are doctors in medicine. And it's not true. A real hospital has hundreds of doctors in engineering. That usually they are doctors, because the doctors in medicine, usually they are no doctors. They are only a grade of medicine. But then nobody knows that all the equipment that has been increasing the expectancy of life is made by engineers. The X-ray, the tomography, the axial computerized tomography, the chemotherapy, radiotherapy, all these things are made by engineers. We are not selling this, then we are very bad sellers of our image. Then we have to empower the image of engineering. And besides this, we have another problem, is that half the population of the world, women, they don't participate with us. We have in Europe, North America, maybe Asia, maybe it's a little different, but in our countries, mostly in Spain, women and girls are disappearing from our engineering schools. We have some engineering school in Madrid with only 10% of girls, 10. The average maybe is 24 now in engineering. In the university, they are 55%. The university, 55%. If you go to the university, well, you say chancellor, no? Rector, chancellor. It's only 25. Then we are losing half the population, and we need 100% of the population to resolve all these problems. No, we know that here Maricruz is there. They have been dealing with this problem now. Then first, what we have to do is to convince society that engineering is important, that we are here, our only goal is to help society, and we need to have the population, women, they have to work with us, and they have to go to technical schools. Because if girls, they want to help humanity, the best way to do it is with engineering. Thank you very much. And have a nice drive back home, and see you soon in the Congress in Praga.
Bien, para cerrar este acto de bienvenida del Día Mundial de la Ingeniería, la palabra a José Beira, presidente de WFIO, que nos dirija las palabras de felicitación del día.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, because we are broadcasting to all of the world. So I must have the first words for our panel here, and dear Professor Guillermo Cisnero, Chancellor of the Polytechnic University of Madrid, dear Professor Antonio Colino, President of the Royal Academy of Engineering of Spain, dear José Trigueros, my friend now, and President of Instituto de Ingeniería de España, respected leaders of the university and from the Institute of Engineer of Spain, dear Professor Gonke and dear Dr. Marlene Kanga, past presidents of WFO, dear Mustafa Shehu, the president-elect of WFO, esteemed WFO national and international members, representatives, Dear colleagues, engineers around the world, especially dear young engineers and students, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor, privilege, and pleasure to address the engineering community from Madrid, Spain, in the opening ceremony of the UNESCO World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development, March 4th, 2023. The proclamation of this day has been one of WFEO's most significant achievements, and I want to stress how important it is to us. It is, of course, a meaningful acknowledgement of our 50 years partnership with UNESCO. But it goes far beyond symbolic recognition. It is the context of the two latest decades. The United Nations and its agencies have rightly analyzed the high stakes of adapting to the climate and environmental crisis in order to both mitigate its effects and design new industrial, economic, and social models that allow sustainable development. By creating an event for World Engineering Day, WFEO is continuing to show its members and the world its ability to grow and adapt even in the most challenging of times in order to be recognized as the peak international organization in the promotion of engineering and engineers around the world. Sustainability means a better understanding of the impact of our productive activities and ways of life, and creating the technologies, processes, and infrastructures that make them possible. None of this is conceivable nor feasible without putting engineers at the heart of such a project. It has taken a great amount of advocacy efforts during the recent years to get this idea on the global institutions' agenda, but it is happening now, and this is the very meaning of this day. World Engineering Day is a celebration of the crucial contribution of the engineering profession to build resilient systems and communities and improve the well-being of the many while leaving no one behind. It is also a great opportunity for professional institutions of engineers to showcase practical examples of how their members make such differences at the benefit of their cities, countries, and regions. Engineering has always had an essential role in the development of human welfare, ensuring that the future generations of engineers and scientists will be able to design solutions for local and global challenges is critical. Therefore, the celebration of this day worldwide promotes awareness of engineering as a career, mainly for young students and especially for girls. In fact, even in countries where the number of female students who graduate have increased, this trend has not translated into more women entering the engineering profession. Engineering for sustainable development is especially critical in developing countries to mitigate the effects of climate change, reduce poverty, and design relevant infrastructures and development models. To achieve capacity building in those countries, it is essential to raise and harmonize the standards of engineering education. This is crucial to reach one of the UNESCO Engineering Report's most important recommendations: to train more engineers with the adequate skills. It is also essential to stimulate the energy and creativity of younger engineers to invent technological solutions for the future. This is why the theme of this year's World Engineering Day is set as Engineering Innovation for a More Resilient World. Its main message is to leave an opportunity to celebrate engineering and the contribution of the innovative and responsible work of engineers to a better and sustainable world. This objective is both a strategic matter to WFEO and a key aspect of our contribution to the World Engineering Day celebrations, notably through the international students hackathon that we will have more information next session. Our competition, which we organize for the second year with the participation of many engineering teachers and students in a number of countries around the world. Dear national and international WFEO members, I hope that you will enjoy your celebration of World Engineering Day, and I also invite you to watch either live or in replay the feature events streaming that is hosted this year again on WFEO's official websites. I wish you the best in all your projects and activities this year and encourage your members to get involved in WFEO's activity more and more in the future. There are many opportunities for you to achieve a lot in our technical and policy committees, in our governing bodies, in representing our vision and expertise before the United Nations agencies. We welcome the scientific and technological community to celebrate the World Engineering Day with us together and to work collectively for a more sustainable future for the benefit of humanity and the environment. I wish all of you an excellent World Engineering Day. Thank you.
Damos por concluida, como no puede ser de otra forma, esta primera sesión y ahora vamos a abandonar el estrado para que continuemos con el reconocimiento al hackathon.
And for that, I invite our past president, Dr. Marlene Kanga, to have this proclamation of the hackathon results. Marlene.
Thank you very much, President Jose Vera, and thank you again to IIE, and congratulations to the Institution of Engineers Spain for hosting these celebrations of World Engineering Day in Madrid. I hope everyone is tuned in also to the 24-hour live broadcast, and this event here is also being broadcast live. For those who don't know me, Marlene Kanga, I was past president of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, and I'm also one of the finalist judges for the World Engineering Day 2023 Hackathon. The theme of World Engineering Day 2023 is Engineering Innovation for a More Resilient World. Once again, our focus has been on young engineers and engineering students. We have therefore conceived the World Engineering Day Hackathon that has engaged young engineers and students from every continent around the world. This amazing international event has been made possible with the support of our international partners, especially Engineers Without Borders. My sincere thanks to all our partners. I would also like to thank the sponsors of the WFEO celebrations. Your contributions have enabled us to once again deliver a once-in-a-lifetime experience to hundreds of engineers and students around the world. I'd particularly like to thank Intel, who has sponsored the second prize for the hackathon. I would also like to thank our working group for the hackathon and the judges that have made this competition possible. In the preliminary round, we had some 40 judges who volunteered their time to assess the projects that were received from around the world. And then we had 5 finalist judges, including a representative from UNESCO and our international partners. So this was truly a collaborative international effort. As in previous years, we selected 3 UN Sustainable Development Goals to highlight as challenges for the hackathon. This year, our participants hacked SDG 2, Zero Hunger, SDG 3, Good Health and Well-being, and SDG 6, Clean Water and Sanitation. Hackathon teams had to choose one of these and develop an innovative solution. So the challenges were Challenge 1, SDG 2, feeding 10 billion people in a changing climate. How can we sustainably provide affordable, accessible, nutritious diets for future populations? Challenge 2 was SDG 6, tackling water security for future generations. How can clean water, a resource that we cannot live without, be provided in a future where it's more scarce and at higher risk of pollution? And SDG 3, the thriving city, which is a center for physical and mental health and well being. How can we improve city design and infrastructure by rethinking new technologies and infrastructure and retrofitting existing ones so that our urban centers become dynamic, equitable places for people to live and thrive? Solutions were required also to be consistent with the World Engineering Day 2023 theme, Engineering Innovation for More Resilient World. The challenges were described and developed in partnership with Engineers Without Borders, who worked tirelessly on this program with us. The judging criteria were based on the International Engineering Alliance graduate attributes and professional competencies, and enabled participants to show how their education has helped them to develop these particular graduate attributes. We received 1,000 individual registrations that formed into 150 teams from around the world from 23 countries. We thank everyone who took time to participate in this round. Every one of the participants will receive a certificate of participation from the World Federation of Engineering Organizations. The prizes on offer was a total pool of 8,000 euros. First place was 5,000 euros, second place 2,000 euros, and third place 1,000 euros. Our 40 preliminary judges were from around the world, and they narrowed the field to 12 entries that the finalist judges then had to view. So, as a finalist judge, I'd like to now declare the results of the hackathon. So, in third place, the winner of the 1,000 euro World Engineering Day 2023 hackathon is Team Aquasmart from Mauritius. This team is from the University of Mauritius. Congratulations to them all. Now, the judges thought that this solution provided an innovation for providing clean water to people in remote and rural areas, such as the small island of Rodriguez. The innovation of repurposing existing rainwater tanks and using energy derived from solar panels to distill rainwater represents both resource and energy efficiency. The solution made good use of digital tools to present its solution, as well as to estimate the feasibility of the solution and costs. So well done to teamwork and contribution. The solution addressed the challenge, of course, to SDG 6. So let's watch their submission. Here we are. We need the sound.
For those who don't know, the Republic of Mauritius
Thank you.
is right here. Our country is defined as water scarce, and right now we are facing one of the worst droughts since the late 90s, with our reservoirs filled at only 31% of their capacities. Ironic that you can be simultaneously surrounded with water and yet lacking of it. While one can argue that desalination is our way out, post-implementation has shown that we lack the resources and skills to do so. We are not policymakers, and hence our goal was to try and find a cheap alternate based on existing infrastructure. Well, our counterparts in Rodrigues have been implementing rainwater harvesting for decades now, but that comes with a significant loss in sanitation. To reduce this, we are proposing a solution using solar water heaters, which is a common sight in Mauritian households due to our tropical climate.
Coastal regions are well known for their scarcity of fresh water. To address this issue, some countries have desalination plants based on distillation systems. Unfortunately, this operation is expensive and energy intensive. That is why countries such as Saudi Arabia, which has one of the world's largest desalination plants in the world, uses solar panels as a power source in conjunction with river osmosis to solve this energy problem and to reduce operational costs. Membrane distillation, whose technologies have been developed by China, USA, and Japan, is also employed for desalination purposes and wastewater treatment for the river's osmosis due to their lower cost. However, it is still sensible to thermal energy losses.
Tinkercad was used to model this value system. Most people in Mauritius and Rodrigues Island have solar water heaters on their roofs, and the latter are flat. Rainwater from the roof is collected in the rainwater harvester located on the ground through a drainage system. Therefore, we propose adding a soil tank at the rainwater harvester's exit to separate solid waste by centrifugal force. The filtered water is stored in another tank beside it. Then the water pump moves the fluid to the water heater on the roof. According to our calculations, a 150-liter solar water tank, which is the smallest model available on the market, requires more energy than the sun can provide on a normal day. We decided to fill the solar water heater with only 100 liters, and it will take at least 5 hours of direct sunlight to evaporate, assuming there is no heat energy lost to the surrounding. The gas evaporates and it travels through the tubing towards the condenser, where it is cooled to produce distilled water.
We needed a way to control the water flow and the functions of the solar water heater. We use an ESP32 as the brain of the system, where all the valves, sensors, and relays are connected. The solar water heater is in the distiller mode, these valves are closed. The pump is turned on every 15 to 20 minutes. The rainwater in the tank now acts as a cooling medium to condense the water vapor to a liquid state. After condensation, this valve is opened to collect it in the tank. Now, if all the rainwater is used up, but it is still in the distillation process, the fan is turned on to cool it and condense the water by air. However, there is still one inconvenience. If the solar water heater is in distiller mode and the user wants to use hot water, the entire process needs to be stopped completely beforehand. The user needs to notify the control system at least 1 hour before the hot water will be used. To facilitate this process, we use the capability of the ESP32 to connect to the internet and used it as an IoT device to control all the valves and the relays through the online dashboard. When this situation occurs, the microcontroller will open this valve to discharge the rainwater and stop the process. Then, these two valves are open to let the fresh water in to heat it, and during the night, the solar water heater is in the heater mode. These processes are repeated until all the rainwater is purified.
In Rodrigues, rainwater should not be used for drinking purposes without prior treatment. As a result, our team coming from both Mauritius and Rodrigues came in together to design our solution. Targeting SDG 3, 6, 12, and 13, our solution aimed to provide more continuous and reliable access to clean drinking water even during severe seasonal variation in precipitation. The overall estimated cost of the project is only $300. We aim to raise funds from both governments and private organizations. Furthermore, we would like to pilot test our technology in companies all across the country. The government may also be involved in ensuring the system long-term success by providing educational programs that help users maintain the system, as well as the proper water-saving practices. Using this technology, we hope to build a more resilient future.
Yeah, I think you will agree it was tremendously creative and drawing on resources in a university with, in a developing country. It just shows that the creativity of the mind can overcome all these things, and pulling it together was a tremendous achievement. But it gets better. So the winner of the Intel second prize of 2000 is Team Aquam Soils with a prize of 2,000 euros. This team is from the University of British Columbia, Okanagan, Canada. Can we have the video, please? So while we're waiting, I might say the judges thought this entry was an excellent. Let it go.
Pakistan is just one of many countries where extreme flood events are increasing in frequency and severity due to climate change. The irony of flooded landscapes is that despite an abundance of water, there most likely exists a lack of access to safe drinking water. This scarcity of clean water exacerbates the struggle that climate refugees, mostly children, must endure. Climate crises serve as an important reminder as to why innovation in clean water technologies are so important to ensure basic human needs for those most vulnerable. This is why our team has developed a prototype of a device that's meant to provide purified water to those made vulnerable by extreme flood events.
Sound.
Scalable those living in rural flood-affected areas like Pakistan.
Yes, a wonderful solution that can be deployed, especially in natural disaster areas. The judges thought this entry was an excellent innovative design to address the problem of access to clean water around the world. And as you saw, the design is low cost, easy to deploy, portable, and can be sent to areas hit by natural disasters. The team researched the feasibility of deployment well, and they made good use of digital tools, including 3D printing, as you saw, to show the innovation. And of course, we had a great diversity in the team, excellent collaboration, communication, and teamwork to address UN SDG 6. So congratulations to Team Aquam Soils from the University of British Columbia, Okanagan. And finally, to the winner of the 2023 World Engineering Day Hackathon. This solution addressed SDG 3, good health and well-being in our cities. The finalist judges commented that this entry was resourceful and innovative, repurposing waste materials, including agricultural waste, to produce a permeable road surface that can absorb rainwater runoff and reduce flooding and improve catchment health. The road surface also improves safety for cars in wet weather and reduces the noise from traffic, improving health and well-being of the citizens of the city. The teams made good use of digital tools to demonstrate their solution, presented excellent research, and produced a great video to show their solution. So the winner of the World Engineering Day 2023 hackathon that will receive a 5,000 euro prize is Team Sponge from the Philippines, Ateneo Naga University. Congratulations.
Urban heat island, noise pollution, greenhouse gas emissions, water pollution, and wet road accidents remain threats in urban and thriving cities. But what can engineers do to improve the city design and infrastructure for urban centers to become dynamic and equitable for people to live and thrive? The world has nearly 40 million miles of roads and is projected to increase in the coming years. How can we move towards a sustainable plan for the future of roads and the health of our planet? The solution is here.
Company proposed a sponge, a structural green concrete for road application, a solution that mainly addresses SDG 3, good health and well-being,
but can also contribute to SDG 6, SDG 12, SDG 13, SDG 9, and SDG 11.
Urban heat island, or UHI, compromises human health by contributing to general discomfort, respiratory difficulties, and heat-related mortality. 56% of the world's population live in cities and are at risk of UHI. But
Surface pavement contains large connected pores, allowing water to drain and evaporate that reduce pavement surface and air temperature.
On the other hand, our current road contributes to water stress and affects 2.3 billion of people around the world.
with the biodiversity approach, mimicking the ability of natural soil to infiltrate water and bioremediation that can reduce water runoff and decouple contaminants and pollutants from water.
The solution doesn't end here. Manila has one of the worst noise levels in the area. Noise pollution, which drives hearing loss and hypersensitivity to sound, also causes cardiovascular disease, sleep disturbances, and mental health problems. But Sponge can help address this problem through its excellent acoustic property and noise absorption up to 50 to 60%, which is made possible through its large number of pores. Data also shows that wet pavement causes 70% of weather-related car accidents, but the use of pervious pavements can reduce them by 80%.
With all these advantages, why is the technology has led up to no application in many countries, including the Philippines? The main reason is due to its low mechanical properties.
This is where our innovation comes in. Cementary cementitious materials from industrial waste investigated to maximize the economic and environmental benefits while improving the essential properties of this. Our team used machine learning to analyze the data gained from intensive research and to optimize their use. We decided to incorporate a hybrid of rice husk ash and coal fly ash because of their broad availability and superior performance in concrete. cement as a costly material. So partial replacement with these alternative materials also reduces the cost of
Additionally, the partial replacement with recycled concrete aggregates further cuts the cost while adding to the environmental benefits and improving hydraulic property. Granular skeleton and cement-based optimization is required to determine the volumes of aggregates and cement-based within wood porosity. Optimum fine aggregate content also helps in balancing the strength and permeability. Finally, the mixed proportioning method arrives at a list of potential design mixes. Several tests facilitate the experimental program in order to verify the design concepts. Our team also investigated the environmental impacts of sponge using a concrete life cycle assessment calculator. The result shows that the integration of CFA, RCA, and RHA into sponge significantly reduced its environmental impacts on the 11 parameters used for the LCA-bound fail-to-gate analysis.
Sponge is also economically feasible as the price has a significant difference as compared to conventional concrete and 9.8% lesser price than conventional pervious concrete. Through the pursuit of engineering knowledge and experimental methods, sponge becomes possible. A replication model with a road cross-section model and sponge-defined mix will also be proposed for road application. We aim to support this project by partnering with local governments and other such as DOST and ACA Philippines. Fundings are targeted to this partnership and sending proposals to various funding.
In money of $1,300 is needed for field testing of sponge innovation. We recommend incorporating biocarb for carbon sequestration potential, adding fibers as another approach to achieve a structural grade of pervious concrete, and using alternative sustainable materials available in different countries for future studies to accelerate the implementation of sponge around the world.
For sustainable and resilient roads and highways,
Sponge is here!
As you can see, a terrific innovation, and congratulations to the team from Ateneo Naga University in the Philippines. And again, wonderful to see the diversity in the team as well. So that brings to an end our announcements. And I think it's been a very successful hackathon this year with winners from 3 different regions of the world, Africa, the Americas, and Asia. So look forward to seeing you all again next year when hopefully we run this wonderful program again. Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Marlene. Enhorabuena a los premiados y vamos a dar paso ahora a los siguientes ponentes. Por favor, Javier Targueta, presidente de Atlantic Copper, Fidel Sáenz de Ormijana, ingeniero jefe de Ferrovial, José Osuna Gómez, general director de TIPSA, y Alberto Alonso Poza, jefe de la MT. Gracias.
Este. Ok. Podrás. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. President of the World Engineering Federations organizations. Good morning, President of the Instituto de Ingeniería de España. I thank you very much indeed for inviting me to be part of this session of this very enjoyable and happy World Engineering Day. I am Javier Targueta. I'm Senior Vice President, Marketing and Sales of Freeport-McMoRan Copper and Gold, a world leader in the production of copper. And I'm President of Atlantic Copper, which is the Spanish subsidiary of this group. I've been leading Atlantic Copper for 33 years now, and I was given the responsibility of selling Freeport copper ore and gold ore around the world since 2005. Copper ore that we, in the mining jargon, we call copper concentrate. I'm a mining engineer of the from the Universidad Politécnica de Madrid, and very happy to be here with you. I've given the title of Metals for a Better World based on what I think it's a wonderful opportunity for the whole world, and especially for the world of engineers. And at the same time, it's a big challenge to generate, to produce all these metals that I'll be talking about in order to satisfy the goals that most countries of the world have set for 2050, what we usually call the carbon neutrality, to be, like I said, achieved in 2050. Yeah, that's what I'm pushing. Okay. As our president said earlier this morning, the world has been probably, and in my opinion, I share that opinion too, has been improving for the last centuries, and in many cases, very much due to the engineering advances, engineering breakthroughs over time. I think the Renaissance brought the human being as center of the universe. Probably in those days, that approach, that idea, did not reach the whole population, but only very specific elites in the world. And it's maybe not by chance that the real breakthrough in the pursuit of human dignity took place in the 19th century with the abolition of slavery. And that, like I was saying, maybe it was not by chance that it coincided with the Industrial Revolution. And of course, engineers had a lot to do with the Industrial Revolution. I think that since the world kept on improving with social claims, with the universal suffrage, which started by in the beginning of 20th century, but maybe, not maybe, for sure, it did not reach the sufficient acceptance or implementation around the world, and really advanced countries did not apply the universal suffrage, the rights of the woman to vote in elections, till well past the middle of the 20th century. It is surprising. I wouldn't like to mention any specific country, but really advanced countries in our world did not have the universal suffrage until 1971, for example. What I'm trying to refer to is to the world concern in general towards an improvement or a more focus on the human being and his or her dignity. That is another big human breakthrough, in my opinion, was that the world started to not only take care of the individual, but also take care of the individual's environment. What kind of place is the individual going to live in a way that his or her environment won't harm or won't preclude him or her from developing himself or herself. And then is what perhaps we could, in a summarized way, call sustainability, that by 1987, was defined. Sustainability is that kind of or social development. Or sustainable development is that kind of development that is taking place today without precluding future generations from being able to develop as well. And maybe we've taken a few steps forward, saying not only to keep the same world that we are enjoying today, but a much better world. On this slide, I'm showing a few data that how the world has been improving of late. Maybe not in a way to be so much enthusiastic, but just to consider that the world is progressing. And you see from 1970 to today, how the GDP per capita grew in average terms in the world, how poverty, I should have written there extreme poverty reduction, because when we talk about $1 or $2 a day, 1.9 or $2 a day as the threshold for extreme poverty, I don't think that anyone can be happy by saying that only 10% of the world's population is under that threshold, because that threshold is really low. So it's okay, but it's nothing to be extremely happy about. And therefore, what I was just mentioning a little while ago is that what has been also growing is the planet awareness, the awareness that there is no plan B for a destroyed planet, and therefore even if those who challenge the concept of climate change should take a cautious approach, that in case that is actually taking place and it is anthropogenic, in other words, that the human being is causing this climate change, in the case it would be happening, there wouldn't be another plan B or a plan B for a destroyed planet by sometime not far from today. So we may be saying that society is making decisions to improve the planet, and this is materializing no, the one goes backwards, apparently. Now, we've been talking about, and during these days, there's been a lot said about the urbanization phenomenon. But looking at these graphs, you can see how the urban population in the world will be growing. I'm not just talking about, or no need to talk about how it was in 1970, but pointing at where we stand today, we see how it'll grow from 57% to 69% of urban population that live or will live in urban areas. Most of this phenomenon will take place, and this is no secret, in Asia and Africa. And we could say that all the new population, or the equivalent number for new population between today and 2050, will be urban. And this will require approximately 500 million new households worldwide, like I said, very much concentrated in Asia and Africa. Then, as a consequence of this, in other phenomena, like, of course, infrastructure between cities, not only cities themselves, but infrastructure and any kind of improvement in households themselves, in vehicles, transportation, in everything, in every activity of the human being, how all these translated into a much bigger use of materials in any kind of material. You see how from 1970 this grew in terms of this has grown in terms of per capita consumption, let's say, of materials, any kind of material, like I said, but how, in absolute terms, combining the increase of per capita increase with the increase of total global population, it goes from 25 billion tons of materials to close to 100. I don't think we should say that it is bad or good. It is what it is. Of course, there cannot be development with more usage of materials. Now, some say, and you know, the Green Deal says and contends that there should be growth without more use of materials. This sounds nice, but it's impossible. What we should say is that we should make responsible use of materials. Sustainable and responsible extraction and treatment of materials to grow, but not saying that we can afford or we can get into big growth, social, economical, sustainable, with no use of materials. This is simply not possible. Like in every field of human activity, we are reaching out to city of the future with net zero through energy efficiency, electrification of transport, decarbonization in the heating and cooling of buildings, be it households or commercial buildings, and obviously demand optimization. You see examples on the left-hand side of the graph with that building, with control of the HVAC, with windows and walls, making it more isolated from temperature changes rain, etc. All the shading, appliances control, a number of things that make a building in general much more efficient in terms of the energy consumption that it'll need to satisfy the well-being of those who will be living in it. Another field that, of course, we cannot, or I cannot help not talking about, it is the energy renewable shift, or the shift into renewable energy from fossil fuels. And we see on the left-hand side of the slide a graph showing how it'll be the distribution, the mix of electric power generation between the various sources. You see fossil fuels, including, or most importantly, coal, hydro, nuclear, wind, solar, photovoltaic, and bioenergy. And how by 2050, we'll be seeing an absolute and still more acute relative reduction of fossil fuels usage for electric power generation, such as coal, like I said, but still a significant amount of coal being fired to generate power, which means that by that year, we will not reach zero emissions unless all that CO2 generated in coal-fired power stations, power plants, can be captured and stored, which is still to be seen. Still to be seen. I mean, I'm not saying that we won't see it, but we will need a further development. And again, engineering will have a lot to do with both capture and storage or reuse of CO2 in those kinds of facilities, be it power plants or any other kind of facility burning coal or other fossil fuel, such as gas or fuel oil or diesel. But still, I think it'll be a fantastic breakthrough, fantastic evolution if we by 2050 can reach this kind of mix in the power generation worldwide. The right-hand side of the graph shows how the electric vehicle will be a very significant part of any kind of transport by 2050 or 2040, shown in the graph. But whereas we see that it's really impressive, the increase of sales of electric vehicles by 2040 compared to today, still what is not shown here is that the stock of vehicles worldwide still will show not less, even more than 50% of internal combustion engines, engine-based vehicles worldwide. So again, fantastic progress in this field, but not even reaching the zero neutrality or zero carbon neutrality by 2050. And I'm getting to the metals. What the title of my presentation was. All these metals, of course, are a lot more ones needed to comply with these goals, to achieve these goals that I've just very briefly mentioned. And we see how aluminum, manganese, copper, zinc, lead, nickel, lithium, molybdenum, cobalt, silver, and indium. All these plus a significant group of additional metals will be absolutely necessary to cover all these developments that are listed on the left hand side of the slide, like solar, photovoltaic, wind generation, nuclear, electric vehicle batteries, electric engines, and CO2 capture and storage. Some of them, and I'm sorry for talking about my own case, my own company, but maybe from all these, copper stands out as being used in all these applications that are listed on the left. Now, I'm going to start in this and another slide, show the quantification of what I'm talking about now. And these are just examples of how copper is used. And I picked up copper from the list of previous slide, how in wind generation, the copper used is twice as much as the same kind of installed power for a traditional power station, power plant, twice as much. In the case of an offshore wind generator is 4 times as much. In the case of solar panels is 2 times as much than a traditional source power generation. And in the upper part of the right-hand side, you can see the elements that are part of an electric vehicle battery in kilograms per unit, per vehicle. Graphite, aluminum, nickel, steel, copper, manganese, cobalt, lithium, and iron or steel. Now, putting all this together and making calculations, taking into consideration how many more megawatts will be installed in the case of power generation, how many vehicles will be produced and sold from today through 2050, and in what I mentioned in terms of the urbanization and the number of households that have to be built and equipped by 2050, the addition in cumulative terms of all the copper needed through 2050 will be 215 million tons of copper, additional to today's business as usual. And today's business as usual is 30 million tons of copper a year. So we are talking about dividing this by 30, more or less. We see that we'll be needing around 8 million more tons per year in average terms from today through 2050. There is an immediate question: is there the capacity in the world to satisfy these needs from mines, extracting and transforming ore into metal, final metal? The answer is no. And then there is another part of the answer, which must be there is an absolute need of circular economy, of recycling. Already in many metals, there is a significant amount of recycled metal that is part of the total. In terms of copper, for example, 1/3 of total copper consumed in the world comes from recycling, and therefore recycling will be of the essence to develop this in all continents. Still, some continents are very far from reaching this 33%. But as a summary, I think that these whole breakthroughs will clearly reduce the intensity of usage of these materials, but the exploitation will be imperative to satisfy these needs. And like I was saying, circular economy might make up for the gap between natural resources and the final requirements. Let's hope so. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Javier. Vamos a continuar ahora con Fidel Sáenz de Ormijana, ingeniero jefe de Ferrovial. Bueno, como sabéis que ahora mismo estamos emitiendo en directo en todo el mundo, por favor sí que os pido que nos ajustemos a los tiempos. Y por favor, Fidel, te invito a venir. Gracias.
Me to speak to you. I think I'm going to talk about my company, unfortunately, but I will try and put it under the light of engineering and globalization, which is a key issue, of course, of the World Engineering Day. We in Ferrovial embrace globalization. In 70 years, we have gone from 0% of activities outside Spain in our foundation to today, where 96% of our equity value comes from outside Spain. So let me tell you a little bit about this journey, and I will concentrate in a few key milestones that I could have picked up many, but I chose, I think it's 4 or 5. So starting with 1952, it's the year where a young engineer brought technology from outside Spain, adjusted it to Spain, and in all eagerness, and started his small little company laying railroad tracks. And this was 70 years ago. You can see, of course, that what was the standard attire in Spanish construction sites, including the beret, and rest assured that we have replaced that with state-of-the-art personal protection equipment and safety measures and so on. Next step that I picked up is 1999 407 ETR. In 1999, Ferrovial tendered the 407 ETR PPP in Toronto, a very interesting project. This involved a substantial upgrading and extension of an existing bypass of Toronto. First large international roadway project that we tackled. It's a P3 where Ferrovial is involved throughout the life of the asset, including not only design construction, but operation, management of the facility, financing, and so on. And this was a step where we felt very heavily the responsibility on our shoulders. It was a big leap for us, but we went through a very detailed level of due diligence, and everything went well. And I still remember, and I think this is very appropriate to talk about in World Engineering Day, the day of commissioning, where we had a big celebration, and the owners, the stakeholders, the designers, the contractor, everybody, other stakeholders, everybody was there. And there was a huge feeling of accomplishment, that in the end, all these different people and engineers and teams were seeing the fruit of their labor. And I am sure many among you in the audience have also felt this feeling, which I think we have to bless engineering because it allows us to experience that. Next one, it's 2006. I picked up the acquisition of BAA upon its privatization by the UK government. Again, another big quantum leap for us, but we have always been ready to do the homework, study, and push ourselves with prudence, and soon after the acquisition of BAA, we embarked on a program of upgrading of the Heathrow Airport. Here you can see Terminal 2, which was part of that program. See, and next one, where is it? Okay. Next one, in the US, I picked up this among several projects of what was then called managed lanes. It's an interesting concept. This was possibly, I think this was the second example of this type of roadway facility. It's an interstate, Interstate 635 in Dallas, Texas. Of course, at the time of its construction, the interstate system in the US was a huge accomplishment. It was visionary. Engineers planned for many, many years ahead for these facilities. But of course, in 2009, congestion was a severe issue. The facility needed to be upgraded, and as part of that, new so-called managed lanes were added, which it's an interesting concept. They work under what is called a dynamic tolling system, where the price of for traveling on the managed lanes changes continuously according to how many vehicles are per lane and the average traveling speed. So it's somewhat similar to what airlines do with their when they sell their seats. Depending on demand, it is continually adjusted. When you enter, before you enter, well in advance of the on-ramp onto the managed lanes, there is a sign where it shows how much you are going to pay for your trip. So it's an interesting concept, and again, engineers try to serve society by working in the most efficient manner. And you can see, of course, in an urban environment in Dallas, the lanes were general purpose lanes were built on top and partially overlapping underneath the managed lanes so as to reduce the need for right-of-way take. I pick another one, 2016, I-66 in Virginia. It's another toll road project near Washington. And the interesting thing about these projects are extremely complex because between frontage roads, collector roads, ramps and direct connectors, main lanes, and toll lanes, you have 10, 12 concurrent roadways in any single cross-section of the facility, with a number of lanes in excess of 20 typically. So of course, managing the construction of all that under live traffic, it's an interesting undertaking. And again, this is also a P3 project like LBJ and 407 ETR, where the contract includes financing, design, construction, operation, and management of the facility for many, many years. In the case of this facility, it's usually 50. See, and this is the most recent one, 2022, currently underway, the Ontario Line South in Toronto. It's a substantial extension of the subway in Toronto, right under the skyscrapers of downtown Toronto, with a total cost in excess of $6 billion. So huge project. Construction, design and construction will take the next 8 years, and we are very excited that it is what our most significant project now. International presence, we are present in 5 continents. 82% of revenues come from outside Spain. 89% of EBITDA comes from outside Spain. And as I said, 96% of our equity value is international. By geographies, some further detail, revenues on the left, EBITDA on the right. You can see why most of it is concentrated in a few countries with a heavy weight of North America and the UK. In terms of EBITDA, North America plus UK make more than 80% of our revenues, and Spain represents a small percentage of that. Although, of course, many of our engineers are Spanish, like I am. You can tell because of my broken English. So, and I will skip this. It's just a list of some senior important projects. I already spoke about that. So, okay, the strategy. It's a long list, but essentially, what is the criteria that has driven this? We want to concentrate on a specific few selected countries. We ask for reliable legal environment, stability, capital availability, perspective for growth, and so that essentially we can compete in a free market and be judged by our merits. And oops, let me go back to this one. We think that this involves, we are always looking for the long term. We don't want to look for one-off projects. We are in there in the country for the long run, and we are really grateful to all those countries that have welcomed us and allowed us to contribute to benefit society. And now I want to change a little bit. When on the face of change, how am I with time? Am I good? I think I have 5 more minutes, right? I will try to stick to the time. I'm going to change a little bit the subject. On the face of internationalization, on the face of change, how rapidly things evolve nowadays, it's key for organizations to remain true to your ethos. You need to have a vision. You need to adapt and change everything that needs to be changed, but you need to keep what has made your company great and ethical and important. And I have here something, it's called Manual 621. This manual was written in 1962. Imagine a very small company, you know how to manage your own business. It's difficult. In the morning, maybe you talk to clients, then you visit sites, then you meet with your teams or your staff, and in the end, at night, maybe at home, you are reconciling accounts. So there is not much time left. But someone took the time in the company, the senior management, to write this manual, which was called Against Waste. And it's a manual written by engineers for engineers. And it is essentially a guide to how to be rigorous in your analysis, how to make good decisions, and how to be efficient in your operations. And it's only 27 pages, so with your permission, I'm going to read it to you. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to quote only 2 paragraphs, and I think you will get a flavor. This can be found on the internet, and I think you will get a flavor of what the manual is about. And I think it relates very much to what engineering is about. It says, there is one section on how to not waste thoughts. And it says, be ordered. Go from the simple to the complex. Analyze first the elements of the problem. Do not make a decision until you have all the facts. Isn't that great? And the second one on staff suggestions. And it says, asking your staff for their opinion and ideas will show them the appreciation and regard that you have for them. In practice, many ideas will be useful, and I love the following. This is due to the following. What a boss sees for a few minutes a day, your collaborator faces several hours a day. So it is not surprising that she can see things that the boss can't. So this was advice provided to all the engineers through Manual 61 in 1962. It's outdated. It makes you smile sometimes when you read it nowadays, but some of the core values that it contains are very dear to me, and we continue to be driven in the company by that type of ethos. And I have some more slides, but we want to stay ahead of the curve. We want to remain a nimble company. We are ready for the new challenges in the list, decarbonation, and so on. And then conclusions essentially would be repeating what I have said. We are seriously committed to fight climate change. We are eager and ready for the opportunities that climate-proofing existing infrastructure will bring. We want to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. And I would end by saying that this, our modest achievements would never have happened without engineers. Our men and women engineers, it's the key capital that our company has. Every day when I go to work, I get up to earn their respect. So on World Engineering Day, congratulations to you all. We ought to celebrate as engineers, and it's a profession really that couldn't have been better for me. It has made me very happy, allowed me to know very interesting people and have some difficult moments, but at the same time, a lot of fun while I have been practicing it. So thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Fidel. Vamos a dar paso ahora a José Osuna Gómez, director general de TIPSA.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much to the WFO and Instituto de Ingeniería for inviting us to introduce our company and to present our experience in the engineering field. First of all, let me say that today is a very nice day for all the engineering people. We are engineers, so I am especially happy to be here with you, all of you. Let me say before I introduce my presentation that at the same time in Madrid is being held a very important event related with the engineering activity. Is the Civil Engineering Week. It's organized by the what we call the Colegio de Demarcación del Colegio de Madrid, the Madrid Civil Engineering Professional Organization, and it's named the La Ingeniería nos une, the engineering join us. It's a very important name for our profession, for our activity, because we understand that we are making a very huge contribution to the welfare of the society, and sometimes we feel that we are not properly known by the people, by the citizens, that what we can do for improve the life of the people, the citizens. So I invite all of you. By the way, I am the vice dean of this professional organization, so you are all invited for this exhibition. We have a temporary exhibition at Plaza España. Plaza España. Sorry, perhaps I haven't. Have you heard? I repeat, or it's more or less okay. So I invite all of you to visit our temporary exhibition that is placed at Plaza España. Plaza España is one of the more journeyable squares at Madrid. So also invited, in which we want to show our activity in this temporary exhibition, and through using digital models, using virtual reality, using different sensory experiences. We want to show our activity to the people, to the citizens, and as all of you are invited. And on this week, we organize some visits for some site works, just to bring this experience for the people, because they are not very accustomed to see what our contribution in this field. And what is very important for me also is to organize workshops for young people. We need to attract talent. I don't know in other countries, but in Spain, we see that we need to make our profession, our studies very attractive for the young people. And we need people that to become the future engineers that all the society will need. That's very important. So all of you are invited for this event. We with you. I hope you have some time enough this Saturday. Sorry. So now I will pass through my presentation. I have to say that I was informed that I can do in Spanish, so I switched the language, so I will do in Spanish. But anyway, any doubt you have, of course, I am at your disposal. Okay, so I will start my presentation. I just want to introduce my company. We are a civil designing company, design engineering company, but there's a lot of figures, a lot of information. But what is more important for me of this presentation is talk about how do we see the engineering in our company? What principles, what values, what drivers do you think we need to consider in our activity? So I will pass very quickly for some of the main figures and main drivers, but then I will be focused on these points that I think that are the more important aspect of our activity as engineers. Okay, so I will switch to Spanish. Sorry for that. Bien. Bueno, somos una compañía. Well, I will continue in English, I guess. So, we are a company. We are a civil engineering company. We were founded in 1966. So we are some mature company in Spain. We are an independent company. So the owners are the engineers that works on the company. So we are not in any group, industrial group, construction group. So we are owned by our own people, our own engineers. We have ranked in international ranked as, you know, I don't know, the ENR, there's internationally records that ranks all different construction activities, engineering activities. We're placed as in the 46th position according with our international business, and we are placed in the 106th position in our global business in this ranking of the ENR. What is very important for us is in what we believe in our activity. It's in Spanish, I'm sorry, but let me say that it's not a matter just of designing. It's how you design. It's how you make efforts to reduce the carbon footprint. It's how you think on mobility in the transport, in the sustainable mobility. It's the way you have to do the things, not only what you are doing exactly, not precisely. You have to think about the durability of your assets, of your infrastructure. We had to say that we had to think about to reduce the footprint of the infrastructure. We had to make the infrastructure more resilient, more sustainable. We had to all these components that perhaps some years ago it was not very clear in our activity, now are fully integrated in the way we think how to do our work. So, and of course, we had to invest on innovation, in researching. So I think are the three pillars for our activity: to think in sustainability, to think in innovation, and to think on how to make our infrastructure more durable on time and to avoid wastes of resources, of materials, of energy that were not necessary. Well, as my colleagues has said before to you, our business is spread around worldwide. Spain is only 20%, more or less, like Ferrovial. So we are a global company, and you can see there which are our main offices in the world. Our activity, of course, we are civil engineers, so we work on transport, on water, buildings, cities, renewable energy, environmental, and development of the helping of the development of the countries. well, this is a more detailed slide about which is our position in this ranking. Okay, it's not just we are well situated depending on the sectors in which we are acting. Of course, we are certified in all accreditation, quality, environmental, security, library, research, BM. And of course, we make a big investment in researching. So we have currently 50 projects ongoing in research department. So our ESG, what do we think? How we see our business is important for us. It's not just to be a good technical people. You have to combine our ESG policies with different pillars, with different visions. So in this slide, I'd like to show you what are the different combination of views we have to put on the same place in order to understand how do we do our job. So we talk about people, we talk about quality, we talk about environmental, we talk about community, we talk about integrity, we talk about innovation, research, and stability, because we need to combine all these different things to be sure that we are really doing what the society is waiting for us, is expecting for us. And of course, we have a big commitment with SDG, so we have good practices that has been recognized, and we are we are a signatory member of the Global Compact, so we have a huge commitment with the sustainability, and we have recognized practice in our work. We have 16 recognized practice for our work by the Global Compact organization. So for us, it's very important to align our activity and our practice to what the world is moving towards. So we are part of the society, we are part of the world, and our activity is going to be in the same line, aligned with all these principles. Let me say something important for us. We have what we call the Fundación, the TIPSA para la Cooperación. It's a TIPSA foundation. It's very important for us because it's a foundation that is financed by our company, and it's based in one very simple principle. If we want to transform the society, we want to help people that is in the third world, it's not just a matter of providing money for them. It's not a matter of money, not only money. What is our vision? We have to invest in education. Education is the way. So from our company, with this foundation, we have created a university in Democratic Republic of the Congo in Africa, because we think that the best way to help people to improve their lives is from the education, but not, let's say, well, okay, education, but which is the education that transforms the society? Engineering. So we are focused this project financing a University of Engineering in Africa, because it's our vision of how we can help to transform the society. And we are very proud. We are a lot of years. We have a lot of partners now with the Madrid University, and a lot of people, a lot of teachers that are helping us to develop this project. But it is our vision of how engineering can change the world, and it's very important for us. I am very proud to show to you this experience of our company. Okay, so. Of course, our activity we have a lot of pricing, and we have win a lot of contests of quality and FIDIC and all these kind of things. We are in Spain, in North America. And okay, this is our figures. I don't want to show you too many figures, but some of them just to see our evolution of the business. We have to say that this last 22 fiscal year has been the most important year for our history in turnover, and all the figures. Has been a very nice year, and we work in this way. We are not a construction company. We are a design company, so we can share our work from different production centers. So you can see in the red bars, you can see which is the percentage of the turnover of the company according with the geographical distribution. So, for example, in Spain is 19%. This is our turnover in Spain, or in Africa is 5%, or in Brazil is 9%. So, and the blue bar is our staff. How is share our staff? So you can see some slight difference between the turnover figures and the staff figures, no? Because we can move. And this is something that we do very from the beginning of the company. We can move works from one center to other, so we can be very active in Mexico. But for example, we can provide services to Mexico from Spain, and this is the way we do business. So it's a global view of our activity. Well, basically our main percentage of activities is in transport, and then in hydraulics, infrastructure, and buildings, and environmental, energy, and others. So, but basically transport. And this is something very interesting. It's just the language we use for our business. No, and our main language is English. Right away. And then of course the Spanish, no, because Spain and the Latin America. And now I'm going to be very brief. I don't want to bore you with our records, but I just want to show just some of them. So this is in Bangladesh. This is a master plan for transport master plan. Or this is a bridge that it has been honored with a big prize in the FIDE prize in Spain. And this is also a bridge route in Brazil. But I want in North America, Arizona, States. We are working very deeply in the high-speed train that is now currently developing in UK. We are working in railways in Africa, metro. Okay, I can pass just very quickly, just to have a quick overview of our activity in the different fields, airports, Brazil, Spain. Perhaps you have in your head this is the terminal you have. I guess it was a lot of people that is in this room has been used this terminal. Ports in Spain, or ports in Uruguay, or ports in Peru. So we have a lot of activity in different fields in different countries. But I want just in this presentation to keep you in your mind that it's not so important what we do, but how do we do things. That's for me the most important, and the way. So I had a lot of things. This is the Real Madrid. I guess that some of you may know that, as we don't just can work for one club. We work also for the Barça, so we have both happy, and we have experience with both of them, and some interesting buildings in Brazil, or renewable energy in Spain, or in California, or in Chile. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, José. Por favor, Alberto Alonso Poza, director financiero de la MT de Madrid. Por favor, adelante. Gracias.
Este es el que me pasa. Este es para volver, ¿no? No, este es para español. Okay, well, good morning. Thanks very much for inviting me to this event. I will give you a perspective of the Madrid strategy regarding public transport, as well as the own EMT strategy regarding public transport. I'll switch to Spanish since all of us we've been talking in English, and so I'd like to explain the strategy of the company and both the City Hall in regarding transport for Madrid. So let me switch. Estos son algunas de las key figures de la compañía. MT de Madrid es la compañía que tiene el transporte en superficie en la ciudad de Madrid. No solo el transporte público por lo que refiere a buses, sino que también Madrid tiene, la MT tiene el transporte de bicicletas públicas, Bicimat, tiene más de 20 aparcamientos subterráneos, gestiona también la grúa municipal y el cable de la casa de campo. La compañía tiene una dimensión de unos 800 millones de euros y alrededor de 10.000 trabajadores. Cuando nosotros empezamos a diseñar el plan estratégico de la compañía, que como mencionaba antes está absolutamente alineado realmente con el plan estratégico de transporte para la ciudad del Ayuntamiento de Madrid, quisimos incidir en 4 objetivos corporativos, pero básicamente yo diría que por lo que interesa a este auditorio, uno está muy enfocado en lo que es la descarbonización del transporte público, y también, lógicamente, apoyado en economía circular. Y otra idea sería una innovación. Las innovaciones en la compañía vienen por el lado básicamente de la ingeniería. El primero de los proyectos que yo quería comentar es el cambio que tenemos en la flota de autobuses en la ciudad de Madrid. Bueno, la flota de la MT son 2.100 buses. Y el programa o el proyecto que nosotros hemos acometido era dar por finalizado la composición dentro de la flota de buses diésel y avanzar con la electrificación de la flota. De forma que, como pueden ver ustedes, hemos dejado de tener buses diésel en 2022. El programa de compra de buses eléctricos es bastante ambicioso, de forma que cuando termine nuestro plan estratégico, el plan estratégico tiene una duración hasta el año 2025, tendremos en 2025 un 25% de la flota eléctrica. Junto con esto, hemos tenido un programa de compra de buses de gas natural comprimido que llega a su punto más alto, o llegó a su punto más alto en el año 2022, y a partir de ahí baja. De forma que idealmente en el año 2027 tendremos más o menos 2/3 de la flota estará compuesta por buses de gas natural y 1/3 por autobuses eléctricos. Otro de los grandes proyectos, o dos de los grandes proyectos que tenemos para el futuro de la MT y también de la Ciudad de Madrid son los nuevos centros de operaciones, que llamamos en español, o depots, uno de los cuales está situado en la Elipa, donde lo vamos a dedicar a una flota de autobuses eléctricos, para más de 300 buses eléctricos. Esto pensamos que puede estar construido en 2 años y medio, luego estaremos hablando del año finales 2024-2025, y junto con este centro tiene un presupuesto de alrededor de 120 millones de euros, presupuesto de ejecución, y luego el centro de las tablas, donde nos trasladaremos, es un centro más grande con una capacidad para albergar a 513 buses, es casi el doble que el centro de la Elipa, y en el centro de las tablas, que va a ser un centro también mixto, ¿no?, para acoger buses de gas natural y buses eléctricos, este será un movimiento que haremos al dejar nuestro centro actual, que se ubica al lado de la estación de Chamartín y que está afectado por la operación urbanística Madrid Nuevo Norte. Este segundo centro es, como digo, de mayor envergadura y tiene un presupuesto de ejecución de 150 millones de euros. Otro proyecto emblemático, aunque en esta ocasión es un proyecto piloto, pero creo que es bastante interesante, es la construcción de una estación de hidrógeno in situ en uno de los centros nuestros, concretamente en el de Entrevías. Es una instalación no demasiado grande porque es un piloto, tiene una capacidad de producción de alrededor de 450 kilos de hidrógeno al día, y esto nos da aproximadamente para gestionar una línea de autobuses en la ciudad de Madrid, alrededor de 20 autobuses. La instalación es totalmente verde. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Que está diseñada desde el principio. Hay una instalación de placas fotovoltaicas, una instalación fotovoltaica que genera la energía para la estación de electrólisis, ¿de acuerdo? Luego la disociación de la molécula se produce allí se produce la compresión y allí se produce la alimentación de los 20 buses que también descansan en el propio centro de operaciones. Esto pensamos que también estará operativo en el plazo de año y medio. Es una tecnología que hemos decidido apostar por ella. Si bien es cierto que nuestras tecnologías fundamentales, bueno, esto al final es una tecnología eléctrica, ¿no? Pero hemos decidido apostar por el eléctrico y el gas natural, y en la medida en que hemos dejado atrás el diésel, queremos ver hasta dónde el hidrógeno es interesante para nosotros. Lo cierto es que con buses estrictamente eléctricos para nosotros sería suficiente, porque la autonomía de los buses eléctricos está en 300 kilómetros al día y la media de circulación de nuestros buses está alrededor de 200-220 kilómetros al día. Por lo tanto, estrictamente no necesitaríamos ir a soluciones tecnológicas como la del hidrógeno, que da más autonomía, porque ya cubrimos con los buses eléctricos todo el servicio en la ciudad de Madrid. No pasaría lo mismo con otras compañías que operan en el área metropolitana. Pero en cualquier caso es un proyecto que para nosotros es muy interesante porque queremos avanzar en la investigación de nuevas tecnologías, ¿no? Otra alternativa que creo que es bastante interesante, y hablaba antes de descarbonización del transporte público, y en el camino, digamos, de esta descarbonización y de la transición energética, para nosotros era importante también buscar una solución a cómo alimentamos los autobuses de gas natural. Y en este sentido, lo que hemos hecho es llegar a un acuerdo con la planta de tratamientos de residuos sólidos de Valdemín Gómez. Esto sí que es pura economía circular, de forma que estamos obteniendo biogás, bueno, enriquecido luego biometano, para nuestra flota de autobuses de gas natural, ¿no? En principio hemos empezado a comprar 6 gigavatios al año de la central. Bueno, la central tiene una producción de aproximadamente 190 gigas al año. No sería suficiente aunque consumiésemos todo el biometano producido allí, porque la flota de buses de gas natural de MT tiene un consumo aproximado en el año de unos 750 gigas. Por lo tanto, necesitamos nuevas fuentes de abastecimiento, pero desde luego es una iniciativa interesante porque nuestra idea es movernos hacia el biometano como componente para la automoción de los buses de gas natural. Otro proyecto que es un proyecto en este caso no es tan novedoso porque ya teníamos un parque de bicis eléctricas en la ciudad de Madrid, pero la novedad para el proyecto de Bicimat es que ampliamos el número de bicicletas, lo ampliamos desde 3.500 a 7.000 unidades y de alrededor de 300 estaciones a unas 600 estaciones, más de 600 estaciones, pero lo que sí vamos a hacer es cubrir todos los distritos de la ciudad de Madrid, de forma que se puede considerar evidentemente un servicio público, un servicio de interés general. En este caso, además, tengo que decir que aproximadamente el 80% de la financiación de toda la renovación del parque de bicis y estaciones viene de la Unión Europea, es decir, el coste aproximado han sido unos 50 millones de euros, de los cuales 40 millones vienen de los fondos Next Gen de la Unión Europea. Por lo tanto, es un claro ejemplo de colaboración público-privada, en este caso yo diría que bastante exitoso. Vamos a poner en funcionamiento también un BRT, que al final es un bus rápido, una línea dedicada, ¿no? Que va desde Valdebebas, cruza por San Chinarro y llega hasta el Hospital Ramón y Cajal. Tiene una distancia total de 31 kilómetros, con carriles segregados por aproximadamente un poco más de la mitad de los kilómetros de circulación. Esta es otra de las iniciativas que tenemos y que vamos a implantar también en los próximos meses. Y este es un ejemplo de los hubs que estamos acometiendo, que estamos construyendo. En este caso está en Canalejas, debajo del Hotel Four Seasons, y donde pueden ver que no solo hay puntos de recarga, hay plazas para aparcamiento de car sharing, de moto sharing y plazas para las bicicletas eléctricas. Al final es un es un hub. Nosotros estamos acondicionando o cambiando la idea de aparcamientos subterráneos por hubs de movilidad, y este es el primero y más emblemático que tenemos hoy en la ciudad de Madrid. Como decía antes, el resto de los 23 aparcamientos no han completado, digamos, la transformación en un hub de movilidad, pero nuestra idea es ir hacia este modelo. Al final, de todos estos proyectos que, como ven, están muy enfocados en la ingeniería y muy enfocados en la innovación y en la descarbonización del transporte público, bueno, tenemos un presupuesto que es bastante ambicioso. Como comentaba antes, el plan estratégico va de 2021 a 2025. La idea es invertir alrededor de 1.000 millones de euros, 1 billón americano, de los cuales 500 millones de euros serán para la transformación y la renovación de la flota de buses, y el resto, básicamente, bueno, aquí hemos disociado lo que es construcción de instalaciones técnicas, pero básicamente construcción e instalaciones técnicas, sistemas de información y tecnologías se llevan los otros 500 millones de euros del presupuesto total hasta el año 2025. Bien, esto es todo. No me extiendo más. Creo haberme ceñido al tiempo que tenía para la ponencia. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Alberto. Bueno, como sabéis que estamos en directo, os comentaba antes, tenemos menos tiempo para el café. Vale, volvemos a I-35, aquí a la sala. Muchas gracias. Buenos días, vamos a continuar con los siguientes ponentes. Por favor, Álvaro Aresti, presidente de CREA Madrid Nuevo Norte. Agustín Delgado, director de Innovación y Sostenibilidad de Iberdrola. Pedro Tomei, director de la Fundación AON. Marlene Kanga, expresidenta de la FEMOI. Y el profesor Gonque, expresidente de la FEMOI. Muchas gracias. Doy paso primero a Álvaro Aresti.
Es que esperamos un poco. José, ¿quieres que esperemos 3 minutos o...?
Estamos en directo.
Ok. No. Mr. Sinku, Deputy Director of UNESCO, Mr. Rector Magnificent Guillermo Cisneros, Dr. Antonio Colino, President of the Royal Academy of Engineers of Spain, Professor José Vieira, President of WFIO, Mr. José Trigueros, President of the Institute of Engineering of Spain. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning everybody. I would like to begin my intervention by thanking the organizers of this World Engineering Day for their invitation to take part in this session and by congratulating them for getting Madrid chosen to host this international event, which is an exchange of knowledge about cities at the highest level. I believe that it is an excellent choice. The relevance and the global reputation of our companies and the quality of our infrastructure leave me in no doubt that there is no better city than ours to show the true potential of engineering to transform the world and improve the way we live. That is why I am proud and honored to be able to introduce to you today Madrid Nuevo Norte as the biggest urban transformation taking place in Europe. I am especially pleased to be able to do so here in this institution on this important day, and in the presence of the professionals who, to a great extent, we will call on to drive forward this profound change in the city of Madrid. Factores como la revolución digital o la creciente conciencia medioambiental suponen un gran reto para nuestras sociedades, y la respuesta a estos desafíos va a pasar claramente por el conocimiento y el talento de nuestros ingenieros. Los cambios que ya se están produciendo en este sentido están afectando de forma sustancial a la forma en la que vivimos, trabajamos, nos desplazamos y consumimos. Se trata, por tanto, de un fenómeno que está impactando de lleno en nuestras ciudades y que las exige adaptarse de forma rápida y eficiente. Porque solo las ciudades que lo hagan así podrán ofrecer la mejor calidad de vida y las mejores oportunidades a sus habitantes. Las principales ciudades del mundo son plenamente conscientes de esta situación y ya están inmersas en procesos de transformación. Madrid también lo está. Y lo está haciendo en buena medida gracias al proyecto Madrid Nuevo Norte. Porque esta gran actuación urbanística, que va a regenerar más de 3 millones de metros cuadrados de suelo infrautilizados en el norte de Madrid, supone la gran oportunidad que tiene nuestra ciudad para reinventarse y situarse en el grupo de ciudades mejor preparadas para afrontar el futuro. Así lo entendemos todos quienes, tanto desde la esfera de lo público como desde la iniciativa privada, impulsamos Madrid Nuevo Norte. Por eso, no lo abordamos como una simple actuación inmobiliaria, sino como un proyecto estratégico para la ciudad y para toda España. Como una actuación que tiene la capacidad de transformar Madrid y situarla como una verdadera ciudad del futuro y como el mejor modelo de ciudad inteligente y sostenible, marca España, que podemos exportar al mundo. Esta visión compartida es la que ha permitido articular este proyecto mediante un modelo de colaboración público-privado ejemplar, capaz de concitar el más amplio consenso social, institucional y político. Un consenso al que acaba de sumarse el refrendo de la justicia, que acaba de avalar de forma contundente el planeamiento urbanístico de Madrid Nuevo Norte desestimando los 9 recursos que se interpusieron contra su aprobación definitiva de marzo del año 2020. Por lo tanto, y tras más de 30 años desde que esta actuación se concibiera, hoy por fin contamos con todos los instrumentos necesarios para poder arrancar las obras de urbanización y poner en marcha este Madrid del futuro. Me van a permitir que entre un poco más en el detalle de lo que esta actuación va a significar. Quiero destacar 2 elementos del proyecto como los que concentran principalmente este gran potencial transformador. El gran centro de negocios que se va a levantar en el entorno de la estación de Chamartín y las infraestructuras estratégicas que se van a construir. Respecto al primero de ellos, Madrid Nuevo Norte ha configurado un gran espacio destinado a la actividad terciaria con el objetivo de atraer las actividades económicas más avanzadas a nuestra ciudad, permitiendo que Madrid pueda competir con las principales capitales europeas a la hora de atraer inversiones, empresas y talento. Para ello, hemos concebido un centro de negocios a gran escala, pero diferente a los que se han venido haciendo en las últimas décadas. Frente al clásico modelo de distrito central de negocios anglosajón, en el que solo hay oficinas, nosotros hemos diseñado un espacio en el que las oficinas más modernas compartirán espacio con una gran oferta de vivienda de precio asequible, con un comercio de proximidad y con zonas verdes de mucha calidad. Se creará así un espacio urbano vibrante y con vida todos los días de la semana y a todas las horas del día. Todo ello con una accesibilidad única en transporte público y a menos de 15 minutos del aeropuerto. En este sentido, creo que podemos decir, sin temor a equivocarnos, que Madrid contará con el distrito de negocios más moderno, sostenible y accesible de toda Europa. Pero si por algo está llamado a trascender este proyecto, es por las infraestructuras claves que va a aportar, no solo a la ciudad, sino a toda la región y al conjunto de España. Me refiero a infraestructuras tan determinantes como la nueva estación de Chamartín, que se va a convertir en un emblema arquitectónico de la ciudad y en la principal infraestructura ferroviaria del país, clave para la expansión de la alta velocidad española. Con la estación como punto neurálgico de toda la estrategia de movilidad, también se van a crear 2 nuevos intercambiadores multimodales de transporte público y una nueva línea de metro, que será la primera totalmente automatizada del país. Estas infraestructuras forman parte de una apuesta sin precedentes de un desarrollo urbano por el transporte público y la movilidad sostenible, y van a permitir que 5 millones de personas puedan acceder en menos de una hora utilizando el transporte público a Madrid Nuevo Norte. De esta forma, el transporte público no solo va a contribuir a romper barreras físicas de la ciudad, sino también sociales, haciendo que las oportunidades que se van a generar en Madrid Nuevo Norte sean accesibles a todos los madrileños, independientemente de dónde residan. La movilidad también se va a ver mejorada gracias a otras actuaciones muy importantes, como son la remodelación de los 2 principales nudos de tráfico del norte de Madrid y la construcción de 5 puentes y 2 túneles que van a solucionar las ineficiencias que ha ocasionado la histórica brecha que suponen las vías del tren en esta parte de la ciudad. Precisamente, las playas de vías al norte y al sur de la estación de Chamartín van a ser objeto de la mayor obra de ingeniería civil que se va a acometer en esta ciudad y que con toda seguridad va a suponer el mejor reflejo del poder transformador de este proyecto. Sobre ellas va a ejecutarse un enorme cubrimiento sobre el que se instalará el futuro parque central de centro de negocios, convirtiendo lo que hoy es una infraestructura ferroviaria que divide la ciudad en un espacio público de calidad para el encuentro y el disfrute de todos los ciudadanos. Para ello, se va a ejecutar un cubrimiento de más de 175.000 metros cuadrados, que va a hacer necesaria la construcción de 1.800 pilas de hormigón de 1,5 metros de diámetro, sobre las que se instalarán vigas de hasta 3 metros de canto y 40 metros de luz, permitiendo la creación de una gran losa que podrá soportar hasta 1,5 metros de tierra para la plantación de un verdadero bosque urbano. Estas colosales obras comenzaron el año pasado y hasta este momento ya se han levantado 74 de estas pilas en la playa sur, en lo que ha supuesto el histórico arranque del proyecto Madrid Nuevo Norte. No puedo dejar de referirme a otra actuación de obra civil muy relevante, en este caso crítica para la eficiencia en la gestión de nuestro recurso más valioso, como va a ser la completa renovación de cerca de 13 kilómetros de las conducciones del canal de Isabel II por donde llega a la ciudad el 80% del agua que bebemos. Creo que es importante hacer un pequeño inciso para explicarles que todas estas actuaciones de las que les estoy hablando no son simples intenciones, sino proyectos que ya están en fase de redacción. Algunos en marcha, como los que les he relatado, y todos ellos con compromisos de ejecuciones reales. En este sentido, quiero poner en valor el plan de coordinación de ejecución de actuaciones singulares que firmamos el año pasado y que seguramente se haya convertido en el mejor ejemplo de colaboración público-privada que nunca se ha alcanzado en esta ciudad. Se trata de un documento en el que todas las administraciones y las empresas públicas implicadas, así como nosotros, nos hemos comprometido a desarrollar todas estas infraestructuras estratégicas en un plazo determinado y con un compromiso presupuestario. El papel de la ingeniería, como ven, va a ser determinante para la construcción de esta ciudad del futuro. Pero no solo va a serlo por estas grandes obras, sino que también va a ser clave a la hora de diseñar e implementar todas las innovaciones urbanas que Madrid Nuevo Norte va a poner en marcha con el objetivo de convertirse en una ciudad sostenible y neutra en carbono. Temas como el despliegue de una amplia infraestructura de datos, la instalación de redes distritales de climatización, la gestión integral del ciclo del agua o la construcción de una infraestructura verde para renaturalizar la ciudad y, cómo no, todo lo relacionado con los edificios y los materiales de construcción. Por citar solo algunos ejemplos, van a situarnos como una de las ciudades europeas más avanzadas en la carrera hacia la descarbonización. Todas estas actuaciones van a requerir de las mejores ideas y soluciones que los profesionales de la ingeniería sean capaces de aportar. For this reason, I would like to finish my intervention by inviting you all to follow the development of Madrid Nuevo Norte closely, because engineering is one of the key human activities for the progress of society, and because this project is a huge challenge and at the same time a huge opportunity not only to transform Madrid, but also to change the way our cities are designed and built. And therefore, to highlight the best that each one of us can contribute to our future. We are counting on you. Thank you very much for your invitation, and I will be delighted to attend future events that you organize, to be able to update you on the progress of Madrid Nuevo Norte. Muchas gracias por haberme escuchado.
Muchas gracias, Álvaro. Vamos a dar paso ahora a Agustín Delgado, director de Innovación y Sostenibilidad de Iberdrola. Muchas gracias.
Yes. Great, thank you very much for having me here to give a presentation. So it's not going to be a very technical presentation this morning. It's going to be more a conceptual and a vision, and the vision that we are going to have. So the question I would like to raise here, it is about, do we really need to burn things to get our energy in the 21st century? Because we are burning things since we were like this man, right, to get our energy. And the truth it is that until the 16th century, the human being didn't need, well, we were used to use the force of our animals, the force of wind to move our ships, and to burn wood for our constructions of iron and so forth. But in the 16th century, there was a crisis in London. So the population has grown a lot, and people didn't have any more wood for heating. So they had to look for something else, and they found that coal was a good way to get energy. And from that, we invented the heat machine, and then it was oil, natural gas, and we came with all the development of the Industrial Revolution, with all the nice things that we have seen, the standard of living that we have today. but also the energy system that we have today. That is an energy system that is 80% fossil fuels and only 20% coming from renewables or nuclear electricity generation. And it's a system that we feel comfortable with because it has given us a lot of comfort and development. But as in the 16th century in London, I think it's in a crisis. And it's in a crisis because three reasons. Well, this is what I wanted to say. It is that sometimes it's like, okay, if it's working, don't touch it. But and we as engineers, sometimes we use this this paradigm. But the truth is, as I said, it's not working. And the reason for that is like three. First, the security of supply. The fossil fuel resources are not evenly shared along the globe. They are really uneven. And this is the size of the countries regarding their fossil fuel resources, in this case, the oil resource. So we have seen that security of supply with fossil fuels is not always a must or a given, right? So security of supply is one of the flaws of this energy system, and we have to fix it. The second is about the competitiveness. It's true that fossil fuels are very competitive when they're abundant, but we have seen many times, many years, that there are crises, and when this crisis appears, the cost of fossil fuels, technologies, and energy really increase a lot. And we are in one of these crises today, for example, with the energy cost have increased a lot, for example, in Europe or in some other countries. So we cannot count on the competitiveness of fossil fuels because the truth is that they are not behaving the same all the time. And last is about the environmental effects of this fossil fuel transformation. We have feel and have these effects in our life for many years. This is the same picture of north of Madrid that we have seen before. But this is a day in which we have high pollution here in Madrid. And this is what we are breathing many days here. But not only here, but in many cities on in the world. And this is based on the fossil fuels that we use in our energy system. But it's not only about pollution, it's also about climate change. This is the range of temperatures that we are having in our world every year. And we see that there is an acceleration of this temperature increase year after year. And this is going to have big effect and impact in our daily life. So, can we change this energy system? Do we have other sources of energy to change this energy system? And the truth, it is that I think we have. In just 1 hour, the Earth receives this amount of energy that we use as human in 1 year. Or if you want to have it in another way, with just 1% of the Sahara, we could provide enough energy for the whole energy needs that the human beings have. So the first question is, do we have another sources of energy instead of fossil fuel? It is yes, we have. We have a huge nuclear reactor 8 minutes light years away that is giving us a lot of energy, that is the sun. And then it converts this energy into radiation or wind or some others, right? So we have enough resource. So if we have enough resource, why are not we using this resource to convert it into energy that we can use? Do we have the technology to convert this resource into energy that we can use? And the answer, again, is yes. In the energy crisis in the 20th century, there were many programs, R&D programs that were devoted to create a new technology that could somehow remove this dependency on fossil fuels. And it was about PV, it was about wind, it was about geothermal, it was about wave energy, it was about nuclear, it was about many things. And I would like to talk here about two technologies that looks like they have success a lot. First is about photovoltaics. So 50 years ago, 60 years ago, we had photovoltaics. Well, Einstein described this effect more than 100 years ago, but for the NASA missions, the technology was developed so the astronauts could have energy in the space. After that, the technology went to isolated systems that need energy, and then little by little, they were incorporated in our power system. But today, solar photovoltaic has decreased its cost so much in the last 10 years, more than 80%, that we can say that in most parts of the world, solar energy is the cheapest source of electricity that we have today. In most parts of the world, solar energy is the cheapest source of electricity that we have today. And this is the reason why the exponential growth of photovoltaic is all around the world. But it is not that today is the cheapest source. It is that the increase in R&D projects and innovation, because this is a global industry today with a lot of billions of euros on it, it means that the cost will keep decreasing and the efficiencies will keep increasing. So we can say very easily that solar energy will be the cheapest source. It is today in most parts of the world, but it's going to decrease its cost. So we have one technology that can convert this in huge resource that is solar into power. And then we have wind. The story of wind is similar. The cost decrease is not so huge, but it has been very strong. And today, wind is the second cheapest source of electricity that we have in the world, in many places. I'm not talking about those places we have that have a lot of coal or whatever, but in many places, wind is the second cheapest source of electricity. For sure, here in Spain, in Portugal, in most places of Europe, many places. But the point it is that most of the day, wind is the cheapest source of electricity when the sun is not shining. And if you combine those two with hydro, that is also very important and very flexible in our systems, we have a deck of 3 cards that we can play to have a stable and a quality of supply of power system based on renewables. This means, for example, that here in Spain, in 2030, in 7 years' time, 75% of our electricity will come from sun, wind, and water. 75%. The rest will be nuclear and some part of natural gas. So we can say easily that the power system can be decarbonized with the renewable resources. It's true that to bring this power to these places like Madrid, in which we consume the energy, we need to build power infrastructures. So the investments in power infrastructure is going to be very high. But the good news about that, it is that as these assets are going to last like 50, 60, or 70 years, the cost for the final consumer because of the building of these assets is going to be like 1.5 euros per megawatt hour or 3 euros per megawatt hour. This is very small compared to the reduction in cost that renewables bring to the consumer. So we can say that together, the building of the infrastructure plus the competitiveness of the technology is going to give savings to the customers. So there is not a problem in investment terms on building these infrastructures, and it's a good opportunity for companies like us. So now we have enough resource, enough technology to convert this resource into electricity, transmission and power lines that are not going to add a lot of cost to the system. So why don't we use this power that is renewable, it's competitive, it's clean for our uses of energy? There are 3 uses of energy. It's residential, industrial, and transportation. Only 1% of the transportation needs, energy needs, come from electricity. 99% is dependent on fossil fuels. Can we change that? Well, one of the samples is the electric vehicle. Is going the electric vehicle to change how we transport ourselves from one place to another? And I think the answer is yes. Again, the battery has increased its performance very much along the years, thanks to the cell phones and the computers and so on. And the cost has decreased a lot. Today, we are very close to have electric vehicles that operate them will be cheaper than operating an internal combustion engine. And this break-even point will come along this decade, probably before 2030. So, to have an electric vehicle and the cost of the electricity to move this electric vehicle is going to be cheaper than to have an internal combustion engine and the cost of the petrol or the oil to move this internal combustion engine. There are 4 things that I think will bring this. First, as I said, it is the cost. Today, the battery costs are above 100. When we reach 100 euros per kilowatt hour, we will reach this parity, and we expect to have like 65 euros per kilowatt hour in the future. So it's going to be cheaper. When you go to the car dealer, in 10 years' time, you will find that the electric car is the cheapest option. Second is autonomy. We have today models that has 400 or 500 kilometers of autonomy. This is 4 hours driving. So it looks like that makes sense that after 4 hours driving, you have to stop and to get a rest. Then is the charging time. We are today building infrastructure of 150 kilowatts, 350 kilowatts, that can charge a car in a time of 15 minutes. You can charge 400 kilometers in 15 minutes. I think that makes sense, right? And then is the charging infrastructure that is being developed. So we have some examples in the world. Norway has sold 80% in 2022 of electric vehicles, only 20% of internal combustion engines. So I think this is a world we're going to have. In 2030, we will have 200 million electric vehicles in 8 years' time, but from that, it will be exponential growth. We know what exponential growth means. We have seen that in many other industries. When the car is cheap, when you have all the infrastructure and so forth, the growth is going to be exponential. The other technology I would like to talk is about heating. 50% of our needs is for heating. So this is, for example, a system that uses a heat pump for heating at homes with coefficients of operation of 3 or 4. This means efficiency of 400 and the possibility of really decarbonize our homes, as Alvaro before told in his speech. And I have come here not saying a word about hydrogen, but I will say something about hydrogen. Because once we have all these systems that use electricity in place, there will be hard-to-abate sectors that is difficult that can use power. And then we have hydrogen. This is the largest green hydrogen plant being built in Europe, in Puerto Llano. This hydrogen plant it's producing hydrogen for a fertilizer plant of Fertiberia. So we can convert electricity into molecules and then use these molecules for those hard-to-abate sectors. And then I think that we have this future. This is the energy outlook, the World Energy Outlook from the International Energy Agency. And the electrification of the demand is something that we will be seeing in the future. A lot of engineering is needed for that. Will be exponential growth. And we will convert this 20% only use of electricity into probably 60 or 70%, being the power, the new energy carrier of the future, not gas or coal or oil. So just finishing my intervention, this was an utility company. This is the Iberdrola. What we did in 2020, in 2000 at the beginning of the year. This is what we are doing today: infrastructure, offshore wind, photovoltaic, pumping hydro, batteries, hydrogen, and so forth. And this is what our company wants to do in 2030. We are going to expand our portfolio of products, giving solutions, not only in the generation side, not only in the network side, but also in the demand side. And we are going to give our customers the possibility to decarbonize their processes, their houses, their transportation with this new energy that is abundant and cheap. So hopefully in the future, we will not be burning things to get our energy, but we will use it in a smarter way. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Agustín. Voy a llamar ahora a Pedro Tomei, director general de la Fundación AON España. Pasa por aquí, Pedro.
Estimado presidente del Instituto de la Ingeniería de España, estimado presidente de la Federación Mundial de Organizaciones de Ingeniería, estimado presidente de la Real Academia de Ingenieros de España, ingenieros, señoras y señores. En primer lugar, dar las gracias de nuevo al Instituto de la Ingeniería de España por invitarme a intervenir por segunda vez en este gran foro dedicado a la ingeniería, celebrado en Madrid en su Día Mundial, hoy 4 de marzo 2023. El pasado jueves 2 de marzo me referí en mi intervención a los grandes retos para la prevención de desastres, y es que desde el Observatorio de Catástrofes de la Fundación AON España que dirijo, tenemos mucho que decir en esta materia y de nuestra vinculación con la ingeniería. Sin embargo, me han pedido que hable hoy de la importancia de celebrar el Día Mundial de la Ingeniería y de la importancia que tiene la ingeniería en la sociedad, y además me ha sido encomendada la labor de motivar a los jóvenes a estudiar ingeniería. Siendo un economista que se va a dirigir a un auditorio de ingenieros, los aquí presentes en el instituto y los más de 30.000 me dicen que nos están viendo en directo por streaming, voy a ver si consigo cumplir con la expectativa, pero les ruego sean benévolos conmigo. La importancia de celebrar el Día Mundial de la Ingeniería. Pues bien, casi resulta una obviedad afirmar que celebrar este día es importante en cuanto a que se nos recuerde año tras año las grandes cosas que han hecho los ingenieros para llevarnos donde estamos hoy. Muchos de nosotros, los que no somos ingenieros, tendemos a dar las cosas por sentadas: la energía, el agua o los alimentos que consumimos, los vehículos que nos transportan, aéreos, navales o terrestres, los puertos, aeropuertos, los ferrocarriles, las comunicaciones, los materiales de nuestras viviendas y un largo etcétera. Todos ellos son consecuencia de procesos de ingeniería que han proporcionado tecnologías para millones de personas, para nuestro uso, disfrute y comodidad. Y es que, aunque el trabajo de los ingenieros es sostenible, inclusivo y centrado en el progreso y el bienestar de las personas. La importancia que tiene la ingeniería en la sociedad es por todos sabidos, que la evidencia de las aplicaciones de la ingeniería se remonta a la Edad de Piedra, con la invención en aquellos días primitivos de la rueda o la polea, entre otros. En las ciudades de Mohenjo-Daro y Harappa, pertenecientes a la civilización del Indo, ya encontramos infraestructuras urbanas reconocibles con un diseño planificado de las cuadrículas de la calle, una división estructural de las ciudades con fines comerciales, un sistema de drenaje bien planificado, etc. Todas ellas actividades de ingeniería civil consideradas muy avanzadas para ese periodo. Las pirámides de Egipto, la Gran Muralla de China, el Taj Mahal son maravillas de la ingeniería civil. También los griegos fabricaron máquinas para fines civiles, militares y comerciales. En fin, las creaciones y contribuciones de la ingeniería a lo largo de la historia son innumerables y no se puede resumir en pocas palabras. Como dijo James Kip Finch, el ingeniero ha sido y es un hacedor de la historia. Y yo añado a su afirmación que su objetivo principal siempre ha sido y es beneficiar a la humanidad, facilitándonos a todos la vida. La ingeniería siempre se ha esforzado y seguirá esforzándose por elevar nuestro nivel de vida a través de desarrollos sostenibles y considerando todas las condiciones para proteger el medio ambiente y los ecosistemas. Y vivimos tiempos en los que el medio ambiente está siendo gravemente amenazado y supone un gran reto el seguir protegiéndolo, así como supone otro gran reto el proteger de las amenazas climatológicas a las personas y sus bienes. La sociedad actual, que está sufriendo las consecuencias de las guerras, de las catástrofes naturales, que cada vez son más frecuentes e intensas, de pandemias, del cambio climático, por ejemplo, la pandemia COVID-19 llevó a la humanidad al colapso y puso de manifiesto, entre otras cosas, que la fuerza de la naturaleza es capaz de arrasar y devastar entornos, ciudades y personas. Ya dijo Francis Bacon que el control de los humanos sobre las cosas dependía del conocimiento acumulado sobre el modo en el que funcionaba la naturaleza, puesto que sólo se podía mandar sobre ella obedeciéndola. El conocimiento de las leyes de la naturaleza que rigen el universo ha posibilitado históricamente el control de los procesos naturales mediante la tecnología. Estos avances en el conocimiento científico que permitieron el propio desarrollo de la ingeniería se hacen hoy más necesarios y urgentes para poder cumplir los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible de la Agenda 2030 de Naciones Unidas. En la última cumbre del clima, la COP27 de Egipto, se resaltó el poder de la ingeniería y la ciencia para encontrar soluciones a las crisis climáticas y se animó a los ingenieros de todo el mundo a diseñar y construir infraestructuras con materiales ecológicos utilizando las últimas y más nuevas tecnologías, descarbonizar la cadena de valor e integrar servicios y productos neutros en carbono. La climatología es una de las crisis a las que se está enfrentando la sociedad hoy, pero la humanidad ha sufrido diferentes crisis a lo largo de la historia. Cada evento llegaba con sus propias características y muchos de ellos cambiaban significativamente el mundo, obligando a los ingenieros, en su misión de buscar soluciones, a crear conocimiento y tecnología para convivir con las nuevas circunstancias y a rectificar o redirigir nuestras conductas con el objetivo de conseguir no solo nuestra seguridad y resiliencia, sino nuestra propia supervivencia. Y en este proceso de transformación continua hacia el bienestar, la seguridad y la resiliencia de la sociedad ha tenido y tiene mucho papel la ingeniería, así como en la fase de recuperación y en ese reconstruir mejor de lo que estaba. El ingeniero aprende del pasado para reconstruir el futuro. Esto es algo que se ve muy claramente si nos fijamos en la relación de la ingeniería con el seguro, campo en el que por mi experiencia profesional estoy muy familiarizado. Las aseguradoras necesitan ingenieros porque sois vosotros los que les permitís evaluar el riesgo a los que se enfrentan. Por ejemplo, asegurar una infraestructura o una determinada maquinaria. Asimismo, los ingenieros sois esenciales a la hora de realizar valoraciones cuando se producen daños sobre esas infraestructuras o cualquier bien asegurado. Es decir, vuestro expertise y know-how resulta fundamental para el seguro en la protección del tejido productivo nacional y de las infraestructuras de un país. En una época en la que desafortunadamente nos hemos acostumbrado a los siniestros extremos provocados por la proliferación de catástrofes, los ingenieros os estáis teniendo que enfrentar a ese correlato de condiciones extremas que lleváis siglos intentando dominar y comprender desde tiempos ya de Arquímedes. Las personas, especialmente las más vulnerables, están siendo víctimas de las consecuencias de fenómenos atmosféricos extremos y hoy ya es obligatorio para el sector asegurador tener en cuenta el cambio climático en el cálculo de los riesgos que asume. El problema de las catástrofes es que su siniestralidad es caótica y muy difícil de comprender, y es en un momento crítico al que hacéis frente los ingenieros cuando lo habéis creado y algo falla. Sin embargo, ese momento crítico es también impulsor del cambio, impulsor del proceso creativo para aprender del suceso y buscar fórmulas para rectificar y conseguir soluciones. Pero los ingenieros por sí solos no pueden ser impulsores del cambio si el contexto no es favorable, por lo que la construcción de un conjunto de regulaciones y condiciones marco es fundamental para el desarrollo de una ingeniería floreciente y sostenible. Asimismo, se sigue necesitando más cooperación a nivel internacional y la promoción de la gobernanza global, especialmente para que el trabajo de los ingenieros sea efectivo y podáis enfrentaros a desafíos abrumadores como la seguridad cibernética, los problemas del medio ambiente, la privacidad, la seguridad, la equidad o la inclusión. Ahora más que nunca, ingenieros, científicos, sociedad civil y gobiernos deben aliarse y hacer un esfuerzo conjunto para maximizar los beneficios de las nuevas tecnologías sobre la sociedad. Y ya llego a la parte en la que he de motivar a los jóvenes a estudiar ingeniería. La ingeniería en su conjunto se define como el punto donde las ciencias puras y sociales convergen para el desarrollo de la sociedad de diferentes maneras para construir un mundo mejor y para planificar un futuro sostenible. Y creo que ser partícipes de esa construcción de un mundo mejor y ser agentes del cambio hacia un futuro más sostenible debería ser suficiente motivación para nuestros jóvenes. Además, el mundo de hoy se mueve por la tecnología y muchos de nuestros jóvenes de hoy son nativos digitales, así que nadie mejor que ellos estará preparado para convivir con máquinas inteligentes en un mundo cibernético. Por otro lado, no debemos olvidar que estamos a 7 años de llegar al fin de la Agenda 2030 para el Desarrollo Sostenible y muchos países están demandando ingenieros para poder cumplir los ODS y solucionar problemas como el acceso al agua limpia y el saneamiento, energía limpia y asequible, infraestructuras resilientes, crecimiento económico y trabajo decente, etc. Y es que los grandes retos y problemas de la humanidad se tienen que seguir resolviendo con ingeniería. Según The Economist, el número de ingenieros que se gradúan en cada país no son suficientes para satisfacer las necesidades del mismo. En el caso del nuestro, de España, según un informe del Observatorio de Ingeniería de 2022, la economía española deberá incorporar como mínimo 200.000 nuevos ingenieros en los próximos 10 años, si queremos cubrir las necesidades de las empresas en todos los ámbitos de actividad, pero especialmente en la industria, los servicios o la consultoría. Así que está claro que el mundo necesita ingenieros. Y por concluir con una nota curiosa, en cumplimiento de la encomendada labor de motivar a los jóvenes a estudiar ingeniería, diré que si eres optimista, ves el vaso medio lleno. Si eres pesimista, ves el vaso medio vacío. Y si eres ingeniero, ves que el vaso es el doble de grande de lo necesario. Dijo Chekhov: cuando pienso en mi vocación, no temo a la vida. Así que sed valientes y animaos a estudiar ingeniería. Os necesitamos para ganar el futuro. Y vosotros, ingenieros, os pido que salgáis hoy de aquí, el Día de la Ingeniería, con una nueva misión, la de ser agentes y promotores de nuevas vocaciones. Contad y transmitid vuestra experiencia, que es madre de la ciencia, ya lo dijo el Quijote, y así lograremos captar el mejor talento para la ingeniería que tanto necesitamos. Feliz Día Mundial de la Ingeniería y a todos muchas gracias por escucharme.
Muchísimas gracias, Pedro. Invito ahora a que venga Marlene Kanga, es presidenta de la FEMOI, por favor.
Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished delegates, I'm going to change the topic slightly and talk about World Engineering Day and how that came about. When I decided to study engineering, I chose the profession mainly because I was good at mathematics and science, and I wanted to work in a field that was practical, that made a difference. It took me some time to realize that engineering and engineers have a tremendous impact on our world. Quite simply, engineering is everywhere. Look around you. This beautiful building involves civil engineering. The electronics, lighting, heating in this room involves electrical engineering. And almost every discipline in engineering has a presence here in this room today. Engineering is the profession that can take us to the moon and the stars, and yet also provides the skills and the means to manipulate the properties of atoms. We are the profession that connects the whole world and can also empower individuals. We are the profession that can tackle the effects of climate change and also power the world, clean our water, save our lives, entertain us, create entirely new forms of intelligence, grow more food with less space, help us live longer and better lives, and of course, build the world's most sustainable cities, and much more. Yet few in the broader community, especially young people, boys and girls, understand the power of engineering. Engineering is the foundation of our modern society. It helped us to evolve from the caveman and the earliest use of stone tools, including the burning of fuels, to developing the space vehicles that can take us to the moon and back. Engineering is, of course, essential to solve future global problems and potentially also intergalactic and space challenges. Few realize that it is engineers that have made it possible for billions to connect on the internet as we are streaming right now live this event. And it's engineers who have created the smartphones that none of us can live without. Most in the community take the results of engineering for granted. They use our creations, but they don't know where they came from or who made it happen. Part of the reason, of course, is that we engineers aren't very good at articulating the impact that we have on society. That's a problem when young people are considering career choices. They rarely see a celebration of engineering. They might read about a disaster like a bridge collapsing, a negative impression of engineering. So World Engineering Day provides an invaluable opportunity to talk about these aspects, the positive aspects and contribution of engineering, and engage the community in the work that we do. World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development is an important way that we as engineers can tell our story individually and collectively and change the narrative. The UN General Assembly adopted its resolution 70/1 in September 2015, announcing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. At the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, we recognize the global importance of engineers in achieving these goals. 4th March is the founding day of the Federation. In 2018, as part of our 50th anniversary celebrations, we decided also to get recognition for engineers and engineering. At our 50th anniversary celebrations, when I was privileged to be president, we signed the Paris Declaration with UNESCO, committing to advance the UN Sustainable Development Goals through engineering. We also decided to lead the proposal to declare 4th March, the founding day of WFEO, as World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development. And I'm very proud to have led this successful initiative. However, I have to say that at the start, none of us had any idea about how to go about doing this. We obtained some bits of information from UNESCO and from the science sector that had declared several different international days for science. But to date, there was no International Day for Engineering. We talked to various ambassadors at UNESCO from the member states and obtained further bits and nuggets of information. We sought support from our members and from our peers, international organizations from around the world. We received 80 letters of support from these institutions and academies, as well as national commissions to UNESCO. The support of these groups represented some 23 million engineers from around the world. The numbers were astonishing. However, we soon realized the key was to get the UNESCO member states to put this matter on the agenda of the executive board as the first step. And we also needed member states from every continent to come together to do this. We had no idea, could not fly around the world in 40 days. But after exhaustive lobbying, 40 nations came together and requested the UNESCO Executive Board to review the proposal and recommend it to the UNESCO General Assembly. My sincere thanks to many nations that supported us and who are members of the Federation, especially China, Nigeria, the United Kingdom, France, and many nations in Africa. We couldn't have done it without you. The UNESCO member states went on to formally and unanimously approve World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development on 4th March at their meeting on the 19th of November 2019. And it came just the day before the opening of the WFEO World Engineers Convention 2019 in Melbourne, where this decision was announced. This is a tremendous achievement for both the profession and WFEO. It was a remarkable journey with many twists and turns, but it was a collective endeavor by so many leaders at WFEO that brought us to this successful conclusion. The role of engineers in engineering is now widely recognized through World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development. This day is all about promoting engineering as a career and explaining how it provides an opportunity to change the world for better. There's a great deal that we need to do for the world, especially to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals and ensure that everyone has access to clean water, sanitation, reliable energy, and other basic human needs. And we also need to deal with the impacts of climate change, environmental issues, our growing cities, and the challenges of new technologies such as artificial intelligence. There's so much scope for engineers to solve these problems that our message is, if you want to change the world, become an engineer. World Engineering Day is a day for all engineers. WFEO purposefully designed the logo, which is behind me, which reflects the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. It's a logo that's in all languages, as you can see up there in Spanish, and I'm so pleased and proud to see that. The celebrations, I'm pleased to say, have also grown since the first celebration in March 2020, which was at the beginning of the pandemic. In fact, the in-person celebrations planned for Paris and UNESCO that year were quickly moved just 5 days before to an online celebration. But we've had in-person celebrations in 2022 in Costa Rica, and it's terrific to be here in Madrid this week. We have celebrations not just in Madrid, but also in Singapore and in UNESCO in Paris and all around the world. And I'm carrying my phone with me because the internet is going down with all the tweets that are coming around the world, from around the world in so many languages, and seeing all the celebrations from fun runs to people on the news, to conferences, to registration presentation ceremonies. It's a huge diversity of celebration. In a world that has so many problems, where we have so much negative news, I think it's wonderful that we have a positive celebration of engineering. And this is an opportunity, as we have seen today, to engage with government, with industry, and with universities. City mayors have been here this week, and the leaders of industry, together with academics and civil society. My hope is that this will continue to grow and will help us all to address the ongoing shortage of engineers, so crucial to develop the strategic frameworks for the implementation of engineering solutions for sustainable development. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Marlene. Me llamará ahora el profesor Gonqué, es presidente de la FEMOI. Muchas gracias, profesor.
Thank you. Respected leaders, dear colleagues, fellow engineers,
today is March 4th, the very day of the World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development. Dr. Martin Kanga just tell us the journey we have gone for get this World Engineering Day. But I'm going to talk about the theme of this year's World Engineering Day, engineering innovation for a more resilient world. After several rounds of discussion with UNESCO, we finally choose this theme. Apparently, on this theme, resilience is highlighted. Why to highlight resilience, especially for this year? My understanding is that, at first, resilience is very important, vital important for sustainable development. Without resilience, there will be no sustainability. Even though some SDGs could be achieved for some time, but that will be fragile. Could not sustain. So we need resilience. Because of the importance, we highlight this in this year's theme. But not only because it's importance. It's also because the word resilience today is in danger. We can see the resilience of the world has been seriously challenged from all aspects. Environmentally, we suffer more and more, and even more frequently, extreme weather and climate crisis, natural disaster, and so on and so forth. And the growing divide between the haves and have-nots, extreme wealth and extreme poverty, is splitting our societies, countries, and wider world. Armed conflicts like the war in Ukraine, epic geopolitical divisions are undermining global stability and sustainable development. All these acted together, together with COVID, pose great challenges to the world resilience and bring the world to the edge of a new recession. So I think that's why we highlight resilience at this moment. So this is the newest event happened last month in Turkey and Syria. And seeing this picture, as an engineer, I really feel shame. We should brought more resilience to the people living there, but behind this are a lot different reasons. Anyway, in view the world resilience is in danger, what we need is actions by engineers. When we talk about a more resilient world, that means a systematic resilience is required. However, among many others, I believe the resilience of food, of housing, of transport, and energy are essential for a resilient world. And we have learned a lot from in the past 2 days and from previous speakers today about engineering innovations for a more resilient world. And today, I think, in my capacity as the immediate past president of WFU, I want to add some information, activities by WFU to show how hard we work on a more resilient world. First, I'd like to mention that we have done a lot for the food resilience. Before the pandemic, supported by our Tunisian member, WFU and its partners has organized a symposium on the food security, engineering and food security. And we declared a declaration we called the Tunisian Declaration on the Food Engineering and Food Security. On that declaration, we have identified the main challenges to the food security in the engineering context, and also call for collaboration, international collaboration, to reinforce engineering innovations in agroengineering. However, last year, in view of the new estimation from the United Nations that some 90 million additional people around the world will be pushed into extreme poverty, added to the number is nearly 700 million. They're still in the life in poverty. So their struggle to fulfill their most basic needs at first is food. So regarding this, WFU leadership has made an official visit to the United Nations Food Agriculture Organization, FAO, to meet the Director General and his executive team to have an in-depth discussion to engage engineering into their missions and to explore the possibility to set a pilot project to use emerging technologies such as Internet of Things, big data, artificial intelligence for a green, more productive, lower carbon, and smart agriculture. And we're also working on the resilient infrastructure building. We had, before the pandemic, we had another world forum, we call it the World Construction Forum, to address the challenges to buildings and other infrastructure's resilience, and to exchange good practices from different parts of the world and the lessons learned. And another declaration is released for building and infrastructure resilience. I remember I read it out at the closure of that forum. And you see another picture with Ms. He, who has given a talk on the first day, talking about female architects, their contribution to our world. Actually, on that picture, he is speaking on a forum organized by the committee of WFU on engineering of innovative technologies. What she talked about was green and resilient construction. And in fact, she is leading a working group in the International Standardization Organization, ISO, its 59th Technical Committee on Buildings and Civil Engineering Works. And his working group is dedicated for the resilient and green building. So here you see some works we have done for energy. We know energy is essential for human life and production. However, our energy system is facing two serious challenges. On the one side, energy poverty remains extensive. About 8 million people lacking access to electricity, and more than 3 billion people, according to the World Bank report, relying on polluting solid fuels for cooking, which causes an estimated 3.8 million premature deaths each year. On the other hand, energy-related greenhouse emission reached its historical high of 33.1 gigaton in the year 2018 and caused more than 73% of total carbon emission of the world. This is far from being on track to meet the Paris objectives. Additionally, due to many reasons, including geopolitical tensions, crises, the energy supply chain suffering severe damage today. On COP27 last year in Egypt, WFU has made a statement on energy and climate, which is a strong voice of engineering community to state our comprehensive considerations of all relevant issues such as accessibility, efficiency, decarbonization, resilience, and security of energy. So now I come to transportation. Here you see the United Nations Global Sustainable Transport Conference, which is the top-level platform for transport convened by the United Nations Secretary General. WFU is an active player on this stage. In the year 2021, the third edition of the conference, every 3 years, there's a conference on sustainable transport, with the theme of sustainable transport, sustainable development, has been successfully held in a hybrid format because of the COVID. In the opening ceremony, the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres stressed that the next 9 years, that means until 2030, must see a global shift towards renewable energy. Sustainable transport is central to that transformation. Together with United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, UNDESA we call it shortly, WFU has organized the Science, Technology, Innovation session on sustainable transport on that Congress. And you see, I'm chairing that session, and Antonio Guterres has made an address at the opening. So on that session, we have stressed the importance of adopting digital technology for sustainable transport. And we stressed also the crucial role of engineering and engineers for resilient, efficient, accessible, and decarbonized transportation. So talking about just some activities of WFU, because of the time, the limitation of the time, I call you to have a visit to our website, and very easy, www.wfu.org organization. So you'll find in the cover page, there's a column for Sustainable Development Goals. If you click that, you can see all our activities are aligned with Sustainable Development Goals and ordered by time. The recent year, the last year, and so on and so forth, what we have worked on. So here again, we see the Sustainable Development Goals. They are beauty goals, good goals, but we need to turn these goals into reality. That is in the hand of our engineers. So we should turn this by actions. But when we talk about action, I think I would like to mention 3 imperatives or 3 musts for us to act in implementing the SDGs and for carrying out engineering innovation for a more resilient world. The first I'd like to mention with a big C, does not stand for China, even though China is also important for sustainable development. That stands for capacity. For showing such heavy responsibility, we need to increase our capacity to implement, to accelerate the implementation of SDGs. Especially, I'd like to mention in the digital transition, engineers, no matter from world-specific discipline need to adapt and to lead the digital transformation. We have to use big data, artificial intelligence as a general purpose technique like electricity. If we could not properly apply this new technology, just as we could not use electricity. So capacity building is a must for us. And then there's a second C that stands for collaboration. I think previous speakers mentioned that engineers working in team. Facing today's challenges to sustainable development, we need a big team, include all disciplines of engineering profession, include engineers from all countries. So indeed, WFEO, the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, is a platform for engineering collaboration across different engineering disciplines, across countries and continents, across genders, across ages, senior and junior, across cultural differences, and so on and so forth. We go together for far and also for fast. Our African friend also say, if we go far, we need to go together. But I think for fast going, we need also go together. So the last one, but never the least, is E. It's not engineering, because all we talk about is engineering. It is not efficiency, because we are working for efficiency. Here I'd like to stress is ethics. We need to behave in a more ethical and responsible manner to ensure our engineering practice are good for all people, leaving no one behind. And they are also good for the Earth, the planet, the only planet we have. So with this, I want to conclude my speech. Today, again, March 4th. And March 4th is a birthday of this federation, but March 4th can also imply March 4th to a sustainable future. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a todos los ponentes. Con esto hemos finalizado esta mesa. Por favor, demos un fuerte aplauso. Ahora a continuación se está acercando ya el fin de esta celebración y antes de la clausura tenemos con nosotros a Andreas Brandner, presidente del Consejo Europeo de Ingenieros Civiles, que va a compartir con todos ustedes una declaración que ha traído para el presidente de la FEMOI. Por favor, adelante.
So, dear President José from the Instituto de Ingeniería de España, Presidente José Vieira from the WFEO, I want to thank you once more for the opportunity you gave us to bring the attention to our joint 3S approach on buildings to the attendees of this outstanding event you organized the last 3 days. On occasion of the World Engineers Day, I would like to officially hand over the manifesto in Spanish and English, and information for the attendees. You can find some copies out there on the table at the exit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, now before the closing session, we will have here a new declaration, the Madrid Declaration for this World Engineering Day. And for that, I invite Professor Gunnar to come to the stage and read this declaration. And afterwards, he will invite the immediate past president of WFO, the president of WFO, and the president-elect of the WFO to sign this declaration. Thank you, Gunnar.
Thank you, President Jose, and thank you all for indulging us here. It's a privilege and an honor to be with you here. It's been a great experience, and more importantly, to read this declaration on behalf of WFEO. Declaration reads as follows. On the World Engineering Day for Sustainable Development, March 4th, with its annual theme, Engineering Innovation for a More Resilient World, the World Federation of Engineering Organization reiterates its commitment to fostering exchanges between civil societies and engineering leadership at the federal, state, and local level. We support and encourage engineering societies and elected leaders such as mayors, council members, and appointed officials to endorse the projects such as the Atlas Initiative for Climate Resilient Infrastructure. The Atlas Initiative is an action fostering bilateral exchanges that produce national assessments for climate resilient infrastructure to reduce climate risks, emissions, and disasters, incentive public and private investments, protect the environment, and leave no one behind. We acknowledge the greater investments and better insurance and reinsurance of infrastructure as called for by the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, depend on the expertise of engineers with unwavering support of city leaders to reduce climate disasters by raising both engineering and procurement standards. We recognize that engineers and infrastructure practitioners need to be invited to the decision-making table at the outset to optimize infrastructure planning, engineering, and design that enable improved climate resilience to avoid catastrophes. We see the need to combine technical expertise with those who know cities' needs to build the projects right and build the right projects. We further welcome city leaders and engineers to join us to work with the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, CDRI, multilateral development banks, and development financial institutions, capital markets to raise the standards, de-risk projects, to incentivize investments, operationalize policies, and move towards implementation of sustainable, climate resilient, equitable, inclusive, and quality infrastructure for all. Thank you very much. And this is a call and asking for an opportunity for engineers to be at the decision table. We have a lot of leaders, and as presented here by many of the folks, we appreciate the opportunity to be here and to serve the rest of the world, but we also need to be at the decision-making table to make good decisions for good projects. Thank you all for being here. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Well, and now the end is near. I'm not thinking about that. But as I start the meeting, I will give the floor to the president-elect to close this session. So, Mustafa Sheu, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, President Jose Vera. My understanding of the task assigned to me is to probably give a general thank you to all the participants and then a summary of what has taken place this morning. So first of all, let me give my sincere appreciation to the President of WFU, Professor Joseph Vieira, who has made it possible for all of us to be here and whose decision it is for us to be here in Madrid. And let me also thank the host, Professor Jose Regueros, exactly the host of the Engineering Institution of Spain, for hosting us so very well. For me, this is the first time I'm in Madrid, and honestly, I have a very good story to tell when I get back home. And I will encourage other people also to come to Madrid so that they will see and experience what I have experienced. I also want to thank the past presidents of the WFU, Professor Gonke, who is very much with us throughout this dinner, though he's also part of the executive board in his position as immediate past president. And also our indefatigable and ebullient past president, Dr. Malin Kanga, who is very much with us every time, almost in everything that is relating to WFU. Malin is always very much around. We thank you very much, Madam. And let me also acknowledge the fact that the issue of this World Engineering Day actually started with her. And she is the brain behind what we are witnessing today. So we really have to acknowledge all the good work she has done and the contribution she has done to the global engineering family. I cannot skip the executive vice presidents, Ashok Basa and Seng Chuan Tan, who are also very much around throughout this program, as well as the executive council members of WFU. We have national members here. We have international members here, President of Federation of African Engineering Organizations, Federation of Engineering Institutions of the Asia and Pacific, Federation of the Engineering Institutions in Europe, Federation of Arab Engineers. They are all here with us throughout these 4 days of rigorous discussions. And all the engineers from Spain also. And let me also give a special thanks to my daughter who has been throughout here, Annabelle Nathaniel Matalanga. She has given us support, and she has been exactly. And let me also recognize other presidents of engineering institutions who are here present, who are not actually members of the Executive Council. I know Rwanda is here, South Africa is here, and other national members whom I cannot caption their names. So we thank everybody, because without you, honestly, this program could not have been a very huge success. So now let me go to recap what we have been able to do this morning. First of all, we had the opening speeches by the president of the Spanish engineering institutions, who has thanked everybody for being here and extended his hospitality and his invitation to go beyond even this particular program, that he's inviting us to come to Madrid in the nearest future. Then we had the Chancellor of the University Polytechnic Madrid. He also gave a very good and inspiring speech. And then we have Professor Antonio Colino, the president of the Royal Academy of Engineering in Spain here. He asked, he made one statement which really caught my attention, as the theme for the conference was engineering the cities of the future. He then asked, what is the future? It is on us to define what is the future before we start off talking about how to engineer the cities of the future. So it is on us to define what is the future, or what we can forecast at the future, because it's about the engineering. And of course, we can also extrapolate. If we know today, we know what happened yesterday, probably we can extrapolate what can happen in the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, and 50 years. So that task has to be done before we can really have solution to the future of cities. So we thank you very much. Then we also had the president of WFU, Professor Jose Vera, who gave a brief about the World Engineering Day, and also the need for engineers to echo out their contributions to the solutions to the solutions facing the global community. Oftentimes, engineers are not known to be outspoken, and if we don't voice out our contribution, certainly nobody will voice out our contributions for us. So we really need to learn how to speak out our successes, how to speak out our achievements, so that people know, and also how to speak out that we are ready and willing to provide solutions to the global community. A lot of times, we don't really showcase what we can do, especially to the political class. So we need to showcase ourselves and let the leadership of our countries know that we are very much around, available, and willing to solve the issues facing our nations, facing our continents, and facing the global community. Then Dr. Marlene Kanga came and announced the results of the hackathon. The hackathon in which Aquasmart from Mauritius were adjudged to get the third prize of 1,000 euros. Then Aquasolis from British Columbia in Canada got the second prize of 2,000 euros. Then Team Sponge from Philippines got the first prize of 5,000 euros. But one thing I think we also have to do is, it's one thing for us to identify these young talents, young achievers, but then what do we do with what they have been able to develop? I think WFU will have to follow up on these innovations they have developed, so that we find a way of commercializing it, and then probably producing it at a commercial scale, so that it can benefit the global community. Because the essence of the whole thing is to solve global challenges. And if we just keep it by at the stage of giving prize, and then we don't promote it further, I think the essence is, the whole aim is not achieved. So I think as leaders in WFU, we will make sure that we follow up on these achievements these youngsters have been able to develop, so that we can see possibilities of producing them to commercial level, so that it could be actually utilized by the global community. Then after that, I think we had some presentations from our sponsors. We had from Ibadrola, where he said alternatives to fossil fuel as energy source. We have now solar, we have wind, of course the hydro source also. In most parts of the world, solar energy is the cheapest source of energy globally. That is at today because the technology is being improved every day, every day. I believe in the years to come, it will not be attractive even to use fossil fuel as a source of energy. So these are the issues he has highlighted. And he's saying that in 7 years' time, 70% of the energy will come from solar, wind, and hydro here in Spain. Then he's also saying that in 10 years' time, electric cars will be much cheaper than the conventional cars, while in the future we shall not be burning wood to get energy, but we shall get it through a smarter way. That is through solar, through wind, and through hydropower stations. Then we also had a presentation from Pedro Tomi Gomez, who is from AON, who was actually charged to give a motivation speech to the younger engineers. And he said it vividly that it's enough a motivation to know that engineering is the vehicle to solving global problems. And there are so many opportunities for engineers because of the fact that there is no one country in the world today that is adequately engineered in the sense. So we need a lot of engineers in almost every country. Of course, this deficit varies from one country to another, but still it's a generic problem. There is no one single country that is sufficiently engineered. So if a young man or young lady studies engineering, definitely she has ample opportunities for work and also to showcase her ability in solving global or national and global problems. So that enough is a motivation. Then I think there is okay. So okay, there is a speaker also from Atlantic Copper, where I mean, sorry, from Ferrovial, which is a company that started from a humble beginning in 1950 up to today in 2022. And there is a statement he made which really caught my attention about the manual 621, which is against waste. I think for me, honestly, I've started Googling that manual. Certainly, it's a very good document for all of us to look at. While it may look outdated, but I know if even from the few, statements, sentences he has read from the document, really it is certainly a very valuable document for all of us, young and old, no matter where we happen to see ourselves, whether we are employers or employees. So I also urge all of us to have a look at that document because definitely it will benefit all of us. Then let me come back to the session that came afterwards, which Malin Kanga, the last session was then Malin Kanga gave us a rundown of what made her even to be an engineer, and that was very interesting, and also the processes of getting the approval of the World Engineering Day by the UNESCO, and all the struggle she made and all the contacts she made with a lot of national member institutions and also representatives of many countries in UNESCO. And I have to say that I'm also proud to be associated with that success because I was in her executive council that time. So all these efforts really some of us are witness to it. So thank you very much, Malin Kenga. And you made a very good statement where you said, if you want to change the world, become an engineer. It reminded me of a statement being said by our engineers, women engineers in Nigeria, that if you want to change the world, if you want to contribute in making Nigeria great, be an engineer. Then they said, but they added something. If you cannot be one, because they are women, if you cannot be one, marry an engineer. Because they are women engineers. So if you cannot be an engineer, marry an engineer. So, but for this gathering, I think I can say, if it is too late for you to be an engineer, have a spouse as an engineer or a friend as an engineer. Because it is never late for us to have a friend as an engineer. So thank you very much, Marlene, for this. Then there is a very good speech by Professor Gonke, who stressed the importance of resilience in that theme of this year's World Engineering Day, engineering innovation for a more resilient world. He emphasized on that word, resilience. And honestly, before he presented this speech, I did not give such importance to that word, resilience. But when he really brought it out, I tend to agree with him 100% that you have to have a resilient housing, resilient energy, resilient food, resilient transport. So honestly, if we have this at the back of our mind, even it will help us to bring the right solutions to the problem, because the solutions have to be resilient. And I think that is the message he wants to pass to all of us. So whatever problem we have in trying to get the solution has to be resilient. So I thank you very much, Professor Gwenke, for this presentation. And if we put that at the back of our mind, I think we'll go a long way in contributing to the challenges we are facing today globally. Then lastly, he capped it up by saying that it's one thing to be saying a lot of things, but then all the discussions have to be followed with action. But how can we act? We can only act if we have the capacity to act. We have to know how to do the action. So that is capacity building. Capacity building is very key, and that is why we have one of our standing technical committees is capacity building. And I think capacity building committee has to, work much harder than ever before in realizing these, objectives of the World Engineering Day, and in realizing the objective of WFO to solve global problems. Then he talks of cooperation, collaboration between all of us, between the engineers, in fact, even between the engineers and the non-engineers, because we cannot solve global problems with engineering alone. Engineering alone cannot solve all the problems. We have to know how to cooperate even with the politicians, to cooperate with the administrators, with the leaders, with the mayors, with the emirs, with the chiefs, with everybody, so that the problems are solved. We cannot be an island. So within the engineering family, we know we have to cooperate, the electrical engineer, mechanical engineer, civil engineer, robotics engineer. We have to cooperate within, with one another. Then, of course, we have to cooperate within countries. Somebody from China has to cooperate with somebody from Bahrain, somebody from Nigeria, somebody from Spain, somebody from Brazil, like that. And then we have to cooperate across ages. It shouldn't be, people at 50, 60 above. Then otherwise, we have lived our lives and we want to live the life of others. So the younger ones, we have to carry them closely, you know, with us, so that whatever we do, you know, we show them what we do, we show them the wisdom, and then they show us the talent they have. Because even myself in my house today, if I have some technical problems, I used to call my son, come, how do I go about doing this? Because these guys know better than me, you know, in certain aspects of life, in engineering, in IT, in robotics, in IoT. You know, they know much more than us. So we need to bring them much closer to us than before. Then, of course, the gender balance also. We need to bring the women also very close to us, so that together, you know, with the women, with the youth, with the engineers of all nationalities, with the leaderships in our countries, be it the executive leadership or the legislative leadership or the local leadership, we have to cooperate towards solving the problems our global society is facing. So with this, I want to join the president, the past president, and everyone to say Happy World Engineering Day 2023. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a todos. Con esto hemos acabado ya la celebración del Día Mundial de la Ingeniería. A continuación podéis bajar a la comida. Muchas gracias.